about 70,000 meals. For our senior nutrition program, we've distributed about 7,000 supplemental meals over an 8-week period. And we are still looking for donations through our Mission City Community Fund. I want to thank Healthy Meals partners, specifically Santa Clara Unified School District, Spectra Venue Management, Levy Premium Food Services, Intel, and California Great America. I also want to acknowledge late breaking, as I mentioned, Intel. A late breaking update is that they have provided and are ready to donate an additional 8,000 masks to the city. And so we'll be making preparations to receive that donation. At our last council meeting, the council directed that we follow up with Supervisor Ellenberg on her availability for May 12th. She was not available today, but she is interested in finding time on her calendar to come and present at either a later May or June council meeting, and we'll be making those arrangements and confirming the date sometime this week. And I also shared at our last update that we've been receiving a great coverage on our communication strategy on COVID in Santa Clara. We were featured again for our supplemental food distribution program in the New York Times, as well as our Santa Clara Has It Covered campaign will be featured in a National Public Communications Association called 3CMA. And it definitely demonstrates that we are being viewed in terms of our strength in communications and updating residents. In closing, we have been receiving a number of calls and emails from the county's revised shelter-in-place order, and I know many are anxious to return to work and reopen businesses. We certainly understand the experience locally and some of the frustration that it is causing. However, we are required to adhere to the state and county public health guidance and following the shelter orders. When it's appropriate for the city of Santa Clara to reopen under the public health protocols, we will be sure to keep both our employees as well as the public advised on how we will be reopening and taking more measures with respect to community venues and activities so that we continue to keep Santa Clara safe. This concludes my update, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, City Manager. I'll start with Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I want to thank you, City Manager, for the report, and Lisa Schoenfeld, you're doing a great job, but I do have some questions about these indicators that you were talking about. So now we're not talking about essential, we're talking risk. And the indicators 3 and 4 that you kind of talked about, I was wondering how come the county has not really put a testing center in each of the 15 cities, so to speak, in the South Bay area, because we seem to know our people and public and how we can get people there, aside from, giving information to them a little bit more quicker. You did say that it is on our website and whatnot, but what about the people that aren't paying attention to a website? How do we get these people to these testings? Because you said it was underutilized. That was my first comment. I think that there's got to be a way of getting that a little bit better organized. Second, indicator number 4, if Jeff Smith wants to get these people to do a service commitment for a year or more, and you're looking at 1,000 staff, does he understand that there are budgetary restraints in each one of these cities, that they're having, COVID budget problems? So I'm wondering how you would select, City Manager, these 1,000 staff people, not from our city alone, but people that you would have to go into a training and also have them commit to a year. And how would that look in our city? I'm very curious on how you do that. And if they're hiring a contractor or a person to take this lead, is that person going to come back and give us some kind of indication what this is all going to look like? And, for the people that would like to do the job, what are the qualifications of, because it seems like it's a lot of investigation, interviewing, IT, doing data entry, things of that nature. So I'm just curious what the county seems to, I don't know, I'm a little kind of concerned about how they dropped the ball. I mean, I heard that they wanted to do the tracing to help open up the country again, but it seemed to be introduced and then landed on the county, and now it's landed on us. So if anybody can clarify what this service worker would look like, how would you hire that person through the city? And if they want this all done by mid-July, that's a very short timeline. So could anybody answer any of these questions for me?
I will start on the second question, and then I will leave it to Lisa to, if she does know the answer on how the testing centers are selected. I don't know how the county has made its decision, and so I will leave that to her. For clarification, the county is entering in with a contractor that will bring 1,000 people of resources, and has asked the cities if we could offer additional resources for a 6 to 12-month term. Now, the request and the experience that they're looking for is someone who is very detail oriented, with keeping track of patterns and trends, and assisting with the contract tracing process. The issue, I think, is, as we've all acknowledged over, and particularly as we'll get into our budget later, is the state, the county, and the cities. We are all challenged and experiencing budget challenges right now. And so the sooner we get a solution on contract tracing, the sooner we can get reopened and put those processes in place. So that's part of the incentive, is getting indicators 3 and 4 resolved with resources, so that there's a higher level of guarantee of reopening, and reopening safely. And with the conversations with the county will continue this week, as well as on the out weeks, but particularly this week, we are scheduled to have more conversations specifically on contract tracing and how the process will look. So I don't have all the answers, but we are working towards them.
Okay, so in the future, you're going to update us on how this is
Yes.
all going? Okay,
Yes.
Thank you.
And Lisa, do you want to answer the question on the first question that Councilmember Davis asked, if you have any additional information?
Thank you, City Manager Santana. Well, these are very excellent questions, and it also highlights how the devil is in the details. So much of this appears to perhaps be conceptual at the moment. How the county selects testing locations, that's also an excellent question. I don't know the process for that. I know I was one of others who had asked for more locations, and they have actually, it's very good that they have expanded a number of locations. Pharmacies also have the option, if they choose, to offer COVID detection tests as well. I know we have, and we've learned incidentally that we had the Stanford Clinic on Mission College Boulevard can offer tests, and you don't have to have Stanford Health as your healthcare provider. So how they went about choosing, I can't answer. I don't know, but they do have a number of locations, and it seems to be increasing. And in a time when people are very cautious with saying anything positive, it was very encouraging to hear Dr. Marty Fensterscheib say today he was optimistic they would reach 4,000 tests by the end of this month. But as far as the qualifications and skills you asked about, they did provide a list of those. I could provide these now if you'd like to hear them now. They did provide a list of qualifications and skills they are looking for. And they did clarify yesterday that these would be employees that would be working remotely, but it is a very significant commitment during a time when fiscal challenges are widespread.
Okay, thank you. I just kind of think that for an opening, and it's undaunting, the amount of people and resources and things that have to be done to get this reopening to happen. But at the same time, we're in kind of a budgetary thing. So I'm just wondering, like, what kind of financial commitment they're looking for, or who's paying for this, and how is this going to happen? So if you're going to continue to update us, then, I would appreciate that, how this is going to continue to move. I know it's a moving target. I get that. But at the same time, I think people are curious as to where and when they can get these tests done, how it's going to affect them and their families. And so I'm just asking the questions as John Q. Public, so to speak. So thank you for the report. And I see that we're making progress, but I don't know. Let's see. Fight onward.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Sorry, I think I'm on mute. You can hear me now, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, City Manager, for the report, and also Lisa for the additional report. I've got a couple of questions. City Manager, it's great to know, how well the city programs have been received, and they're doing so well. And I appreciate you getting back about the county supervisor, Susan Ellenberg, being available maybe later on this month or next month. So we'll look forward to her coming to City Council. I had a question regarding what the city, depending on where we are with the shelter in place and how long this is going to go on for. I've had several residents inquire about, if we go into the summer or anywhere close to the summer and temperatures start to rise, if there will be the availability of cooling centers that, the cities are always great about providing to have a safe place for people to be during the day. Have we looked into anything like that, just planning ahead? I mean, I know there's so much to plan for, but has that been taken into consideration if our temperatures impact our residents?
No, in fact, we will have to add that to our advanced planning. I do want to acknowledge that just today, the city of Los Angeles announced that they would be sheltering in place through July. And so having learned that later in the afternoon, it's clear that we will have to make arrangements to, and coupled with some of Dr. Cody's comments, not suggesting that we are going to shelter in place to July. I don't know that, but we do have to begin to make arrangements as you just inquired about. We have not, and we will add that to our advanced planning list.
Didn't want to add to your list of things to do, but it's just, I know it's something that we'll have to think about down the road. And for Lisa Schoenthal, regarding the Stanford Health Center that you mentioned, it's a testing center where they do the probe or to test for the COVID?
Yes.
Okay. And so that's great to know that it's basically right here in my backyard practically. But I'm just wondering, is it the kind of place that you have to make an appointment, or do you know you have to have symptoms in order to get an appointment?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Watanabe. We had EOC staff call last week. Actually, it might have been the week before last now, just to confirm. And symptoms are no longer required in order to be tested, but an appointment is necessary. So people do have to call first and make an appointment.
Okay, that's great. And let me see, just let me look at my notes. I was making notes also my thing here. I think that's all I have, but thank you so much for all of your dedication and all of your hard work. Just all of the city staff. I know how hard everybody is working to keep our city safe. So thank you very much, and it's very much appreciated. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you. So, I guess my question is for Lisa Schoenfeld also. So the indicator 4 talks about sufficient case investigation, and it talks about need contact tracing for 50 to 75 new cases daily, and the current capacity is 25 cases daily. So I think right now, I haven't looked at it in the last few days, but we're below 25 new cases daily currently, aren't we?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. So, are they going to go back and like investigate the prior cases? Because I'm thinking if we're below 25 cases and we have the capacity for 25 cases, shouldn't we be looked at, you know, aren't we meeting the need there? I mean, I can see where you could build capacity going, you know, like do training so that we hope it doesn't happen, but in the event that there's a spike again, you know, later in the year, that people have been trained and, you know, that, you know, as Councilmember Davis is alluding to, like, you know, where we're going to find people or where, because obviously the cities aren't going to have extra people. It's like, where are we going to find money to pay those people? But can you talk about if our, you know, if our caseload is currently really low, what are they really looking for there in terms of going back and I understand the concept of the contact tracing because we've all read about what a good job places like Korea and stuff have done with that.
Yes, well, thank you for the question, Councilmember O'Neill. It's reasonable to expect that as the shelter-in-place orders are relaxed and as contact among people increases, that there will be a surge in cases, that there will be more cases than what we currently have. It's very reasonable to expect that. It's very typical of infectious disease when mitigation measures are relaxed, that you have an increase, you have an increase in infection. So that's what they are planning for.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager and Lisa, for the report. Appreciate that. Question for City Manager. You know, we were looking at opportunity to expand our business grant program, and I'm not sure, you know, City of Sunnyvale has recently announced their grant program, and I think they got a pretty good support from their businesses, and they already have a fund of around $1.3 million. Are we looking at expanding? Did we find any other more money to expand our program, whether from our sources or from donors like our big businesses?
So we have not heard from larger businesses for donations. We can double check with the chamber to see if they're working on such donations and such efforts. And as you can definitely, as if that's the council's desire, if you would like to increase the small business grant assistance program, you certainly can take that up. I'm sure that we could find some one-time funds. But it really is at the pleasure of the council if you would like to appropriate more. As I mentioned, we certainly have applications that we can certainly consider.
Right. And do we have some funds which you can suggest as of now?
There's the budget stabilization, which is a one-time source. But I would ask you all you can do it and consider it as part of the budget presentation that you will hear today.
Okay. Okay. And I do have a question or suggestion to Lisa. As regards the testing facilities, some cities have done it on the city basis. I'm not sure how they've done it. I heard that Milpitas has done it, and then there was another one in Hayward or Union City, something they did it. We can look at that, how they did it, maybe, and explore if we can do something on that basis, basically. We
had an opportunity to do some research.
Uh-huh.
The city of Fremont as well as the city of Hayward have provided at their cost some testing. I can share. I'm going by memory here. The city of Hayward expended about $3 million to promote testing. One is being able to acquire the testing and validate its reliability to make sure that the test that's being administered is reliable. But then also, as if the council wants to do that, then obviously we would need to create a funding source for it.
Oh, okay. And my last one is, as mentioned by Lisa, we do have some locations where the testing can be done. I would appreciate if we can put that information on our COVID-19 web page. That way our residents know if we need testing, there are a few places which are available to our residents over here.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. So just a couple comments. First, talking about our small business fund, and it's great that we've been able to help over 100 businesses. I've heard from some of them how appreciative they are because they're many of them are just holding on as tightly as they can to try to get through this, and any help has been very much appreciated. So I would like to see, as we go through our budget process, if we can find any more funds in our budget to be able to help more businesses if we can. I saw that the chamber had a GoFundMe page, and it had $1,500, and those were from 3 chamber members, and we really appreciate that. But I think what we were hoping that the chamber would do would go out and talk to the big businesses. I don't see them putting donations on GoFundMe pages. That'd be from the smaller donations, but go out to the bigger businesses to see if the bigger businesses can help the smaller businesses. If they don't do that, I'm wondering, City Manager, if you can reach out to them to see if they're doing anything like that. I haven't heard that, but I'm hoping that that's what they were going to do with their connections to the larger businesses in our community. Maybe we can put together some kind of a team from the city to go out and try to do that ourselves if that's not in their plan, because I think that there's untapped resources out there where the large can help the small, because we're all part of the same community. So I, like Councilmember Hall, would like to go ahead and see how we can further, get funds into the small business. Also, I've been on several calls with the county supervisors, with all the mayors and the different municipalities in the county, and with the county executive, telling everyone that we would like testing places here in the city of Santa Clara so that we can test our residents here as well. And I heard Lisa Schoenthal brought up the pharmacies, because apparently the pharmacists are qualified to be able to conduct these types of tests. And in the long run, that is the most convenient for our community, because we all have our local pharmacy that we can go to, and our local pharmacist that provides us, the help that we need. So we're doing what we can to try to get the testing here in the city of Santa Clara for our residents here. But I want to thank everyone for all of the updates. And I know our Lisa Schoenthal, city manager, and many of us have been trying to, look at the state's regulations and the county regulations and how they relate to our businesses here in Santa Clara, our places of worship here in Santa Clara. There's so many houses of faith that would like to get back to doing their business, and have been, not able to because of either the state or the county. So it's been really tough, really rough around here, but I want to thank our staff. Everybody's been really helpful, and we're trying to help the community as much as we can. And one last thing is that I know the governor every day comes up with new opening opportunities for our community. So I want to make sure we've done a really good job of putting our news out every single day. We have to take all the language of the state and the county and sort of bring it down to, understandable level for our council and our community. What does that mean in real time for our businesses here? because even the governor admits that everything that he talks about is so confusing to so many people, including him. So if we could, bring it down to a level that, they talked about strip malls, being able to open some strip malls and some stores and things like that, but it's only drive-through under certain conditions. So if we could, city manager and Lisa Schoenthal, come up with ways that we can easily tell our residents and our business residents, how they can operate in the city of Santa Clara.
Mayor?
Yes.
I just wanted to add, I do have some information. I know that the governor today in his order announced more information about what facilities are still not permitted. I can go through that list. It's a very quick list if you would like.
I think that would be helpful to people that are trying to go back to making a living.
Sure, this is right off of his announcement today. The following sectors, businesses, establishments, or activities are not permitted to operate in the state of California at this time. Personal services such as hair and nail salons, tattoo parlors, gyms and fitness studios, hospitality services such as bars, wineries, tasting rooms, and lounges, entertainment venues such as movie theaters, gaming facilities, and pro sport indoor museums, kids museums and gallery spaces, zoos and libraries, community centers, public pools, playgrounds, and picnic areas, religious services and cultural ceremonies, nightclubs, concert venues, live audience sports, and festivals. So he reiterated this message today in his order.
Okay, thank you, and I'm assuming we're going to put that on our website as well.
We will.
Okay, thank you. I have a member of the public. Is that for this particular item?
This is for this item, and this is a public member who submitted an email.
So an email. So would you like to read the email from Diane Harrison?
I just listened to the COVID-19 report, but didn't hear anything about housing the homeless, and I've seen nothing in the daily reports. How is housing the homeless in Santa Clara progressing?
Either Deanna or Lisa Schoenthal? Did you hear the question about housing the homeless?
Yes, so we can answer more questions as part of the con plan update that is scheduled. There is some dollars that are being earmarked to the CDBG program for rental assistance, and we have been working with the county. They have purchased 2 locations. One is the Western Hotel, where they were housing the unhoused at that facility, and I'm drawing a blank on the second site, but I will research it by the time we get to the con plan update, unless Jonathan has it top of mind already. There were 2 hotels or motels that they purchased. So we are supporting the county's efforts in the programs and services and outreach to house the unhoused.
This is Lisa. I can add that the County Office of Supportive Housing is also working very dedicatedly addressing this challenge too.
And we're working with the county.
Yes.
You have anything else? Okay, all right. So thank you, everybody, for those reports. Those are always beneficial to our community to hear about all the efforts that are taking place. Okay, so next we're going to move on to our second special order of business, which is a proclamation of National Public Works Week 2020. So as a special order of business this evening, I would like to announce that May 17th through May 24th is National Public Works Week. The theme has been selected by the American Public Works Association, and this year is The Rhythm of Public Works. This theme encourages Santa Clara residents to think about our community as a symphony of essential services working in concert to create a great place to live. The City of Santa Clara has a dedicated staff that helps maintain and improve the city on a regular basis through public works. City staff delivers high-quality public works projects that help maintain and improve the city on a regular basis through public works. City staff delivers high-quality public works project that keeps the community's rhythm moving by providing an orchestra of infrastructure services in transportation, roadway and building maintenance, wastewater and storm water treatment, water and solid waste systems, parks, power, emergency management and first response, and other facilities essential to our citizens. So in honor of Public Works Week, I want to thank our staff in the Public Works, Silicon Valley Power, Water and Sewer Utilities, and Parks and Recreation Departments for all of their efforts in making the city the best it can be. So I have a proclamation here that I don't know who I'm going to present it to. I'll make sure someone in the Public Works Department, Silicon Valley Power, that everybody has a chance to see this, but on behalf of the City Council, thank you so much for everything you've done for us, especially during these critical and difficult times. So thank you. All right. Next, I have another special order of business that isn't on the agenda. So as a special order of business this evening, I would like to announce that last week, May 3rd through 9th, 2020, was the 51st Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week. While Professional Municipal Clerks Week is celebrated the first week of May, this is our first City Council meeting of the month. And as such, the City Council and I wanted to take the first opportunity to publicly honor our municipal clerks. Each year, the International Institute of Municipal Clerks, IIMC, a professional association of municipal clerks, sponsors Municipal Clerks Week to highlight the importance of the municipal clerk's roles and functions and the impact that the office has on the public. Professional Municipal Clerks Week honors municipal and deputy clerks for continually striving to improve the administration of their duties through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and annual meetings of their state, county, city, and international professional organizations. Municipal clerks serve as the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies and agencies of government at other levels. Municipal clerks have a variety of responsibilities that may sometimes be overlooked, including, but not limited to, let me add that, preparing agendas, taking minutes, attending and keeping records of all City Council meetings, maintaining ordinances and resolutions, administering oaths, receiving and recording claims and official notices, keeping the municipality's historical records, serving as the clearinghouse for information about local government, and administering local elections. And again, that's just a small list of all the things that they do. These responsibilities are vital to the efficient operation of our local government. The City Council would especially like to extend our sincere appreciation to our Assistant City Clerk, Nora Pimentel. Nora, cheers, claps. And our Deputy City Clerk, Simrat Dahadli. I'm sure I said that wrong, but Simrat, yay. The entire staff in the City Clerk's office and the entire staff in the City Clerk's office, yay, for the entire staff in the City Clerk's office, for which they provide service to the public every single day. So in honor of Professional Municipal Clerks Week, the City Council would like to present this proclamation to Nora and Simrat to accept on behalf of the City Clerk's office. And we also have a special little sweet treat for you on behalf of the City Council because of all the time that you spend here with us. These are a few little cakes to keep you awake through our long meetings, but we want to express our sincere appreciation for everything. Yes, City Attorney.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to say how excellent our City Clerk's office is and what of great assistance they have been to the City Attorney's office, and I just want to echo your sentiments as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to hand this to our Assistant City Clerk, and you can put those back in the refrigerator if you like. We might be here a little bit longer tonight.
Mayor, I too want to acknowledge Nora and Simrat as well as the clerk's office. I want to acknowledge how quickly they have adapted to running meetings by Zoom with all of our other teammates. And just like they were able to adapt and transition us to an automated public records program that allows for us to answer more quickly the many public records, they are fantastic. They are true professional city clerks, and they keep us running. And thank you so much for all that you do, Nora and Simra, and all the clerk's office staff.
Okay. Nora, would you like to say something?
This was a very pleasant surprise, and I want to thank everyone, the mayor and the council, and Deanna and Nadine. The city clerk's office is a very high-functioning office, and I couldn't do it without the staff that we have. They're very committed, dedicated team that has the honor and every day has a smile. And as you know, clerk's office is sometimes the first place where folks stop by. And we strive to just give the residents of the city of Santa Clara the best customer service we can. And so it's been my honor, my privilege, serving the city of Santa Clara for the time I've been here, so far almost 2 years now. And my right hand, Simrat Dodley, excellent job. She's continuously always working on those PRAs, and it's been also a privilege and a first time serving alongside an elected city clerk, and so it's been a privilege assisting him as well. So thank you very much. This is greatly appreciated.
Simrat, would you like to say something? Now's your chance. You have to listen to us all the time.
I would also like to say thank you, and this is my first introduction to local government, so it's not, to say the least, the slowest city, so it's definitely kept me on my toes, and I'm learning every day, and I feel like it's just making me a stronger city clerk.
Thank you. Okay. Did we have, I see a public member, or is that from something, that's from Public Works Week? Yeah, because this wasn't on the agenda. Okay, now we're going to move forward with our study session on the proposed budget. And I just wanted to remind my fellow council members that we have a long meeting ahead of us. So I know we have a lot of interesting items on the agenda that are very in-depth items about the city, but I'm going to ask the council if you can keep your comments and questions succinct as we go along, because we do have a lot of important information. So just be prepared when I call on you, and I'll do the same with myself, keeping my comments succinct as well. So if we could move on first to the review of our study session.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, yes.
We did have a comment for the Public Works Week.
Oh, we have a comment for Public Works
Yes.
Week.
Betty Migas, her comment is, my sincere thanks to our excellent Public Works Department. I've sent many My Santa Clara requests over the years. Some things are fixed the same day, and the rest are addressed within a week or two. Sometimes it must feel like I'm following the city around because someone's shoe is untied. Even more remarkable, however, rare the remarks, are the requests we never need to send about streets and other city facilities that just work. So thank you to the staff who keeps the city working.
And thank you, Betsy, for using My Santa Clara app too, as well. Okay, so now we're going to move ahead to our study session, review of the proposed fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 21-22 biennial capital improvement program budget and fiscal year 2021 operating budget changes. City Manager?
Yes. I am pleased to present the proposed biannual capital budget for fiscal years 2020, 21, 21, 22, and the 5-year capital improvement program, as well as the proposed amendments to the 2021 adopted operating budget. This effort continues our biannual budget process that alternates between an operating and capital budget. This year's budget focus is on our capital infrastructure supporting the facilities that serve our residents and community. The budget is being presented during a time of unprecedented uncertainty and while both a global public health and economic crisis take place. While the focus on this budget is on capital improvements, there are operating budget adjustments that are necessary to address the projected drop in revenues associated with COVID-19. The global pandemic has suddenly altered the trajectory of our economy, and the long-lasting impacts are yet to still be fully known. But already, the city has been significant for residents and the economy. We must continue to plan for the impacts to our city by having high-level budget balancing strategies that will be outlined in today's presentation, and additional detailed budget actions that will be brought forward during the fiscal year 2021 to implement those strategies. So from here, I'm going to pass it over to our Finance Director, Ken Lee, who will walk us through a PowerPoint.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Deanna, and Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council and the public. Ken Lee, Director of Finance. And I'm going to share my screen here, so let me make sure that you guys can see my screen as I do this. Can you all see me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you for the opportunity to talk this evening about the proposed budget. This is my first proposed budget presented to you as in the role of Director of Finance. I'm very excited for the opportunity to engage with you on a budget that has a lot of highlights and also a lot of challenges in it. And before I do, I did want to acknowledge the budget team. They spent countless hours working nights and weekends in the midst of a pandemic to redesign our budget book and hopefully increase transparency for the residents and for our organization. And I also wanted to acknowledge Margaret McCann. She's our new budget manager. She's also on the Zoom call and available for questions at the end of the presentation. So with that, the agenda before you today, I will go over the overview of the budget and the context within our city, highlight the two-year proposed biennial capital budget, talk about the impacts of COVID-19 on our 10-year general fund financial forecast. Because we do have an adopted 2021 operating budget, I'll summarize the amendments required to reflect the latest MOU changes and budget changes for the operating budget. As Deanna mentioned, there's a high-level summary of budget balancing actions that we are proposing in a timeline to get to hopefully close the budget gap, and then a budget calendar to wrap it up. From an overview perspective, just a reminder for those at home and that our city budget, our city business includes 4 areas, including the city of Santa Clara, which primarily are the services we see out there in the public safety, parks, libraries, among many others. Silicon Valley Power, the Stadium Authority, which we adopted a budget in at the end of March, and then the Convention Center. So 4 very complex, very significant lines of businesses that are reflected through the budget. From a dollars perspective, when you're looking at those 4 areas across capital, operating, and the stadium, it's over $1 billion that's managed by the city, $147 million in CIP dollars. In this proposed budget, $824 million or so through the amended operating budget that's before you today, and then $81.9 million through the stadium budget. Taking a look at the budget by fund type, you'll see on that first row, the general fund totals a little over $285 million. And then you'll see some of the changes between the adopted budget and this proposed budget. So at the last year around this time, the city approved an adopted budget for 2021, just shy of $1 billion. The changes in here reflect timing of projects, changes to schedules with regards to some of our grants and debt, but before you, almost again just shy of $1 billion from an annual budget perspective. I do want to mention that the budget does not yet include carryover funds that are typically brought forward as part of the adopted budget. Those recommendations will be brought forward as part of the June 23rd City Council adoption of the budget. From a position standpoint, when the City Council adopted the 1920 budget, a little over 1,130 positions there. As part of the 2021 budget that was approved last year, there was one position in the City Attorney's Office, so that reflects the change there. And then we do have base budget changes that were brought forward on a Tuesday City Council meeting for approval. They are not general fund funded. A handful of those positions are related to dealing with the electric utility billing issues that were approved in November, and the related project as well. And so 17 new positions in total through the base budget change. And then 1.75 positions as part of the budget before you at net zero costs around prevailing wage, ADA compliance, and the building development program. So all in all, the 2021 proposed budget positions of 1,151.5 positions. From a CIP discussion, I did want to point out some of the changes that you may have seen or should have seen in the budget that was released and posted online. It continues an ongoing effort to transition the budget from a transactional budget that was organized by funds and projects to one that's focused on project themes, priorities, and service delivery, so our community will know what exactly the project investments will achieve. The new budget aligns to the City Council strategic priorities for the first time, or strategic pillars. It clearly identifies projects that are funded and not funded, and so we have a handful of unfunded projects I'll talk through. The budget includes narratives that summarize project highlights, accomplishments, priorities, and funding sources, and then some of the technical continuance of moving to best practices around the budget. The financial statements that are comprehensive include beginning and ending balances, and then that last bullet, something I'm excited for, pictures in the budget, just so that we know what some of these projects look like. On this slide, a sample of the theme narratives that are included in the budget. They include priority orders labeled there A through D, A representing the highest priority projects, B, and so on down the line. So each theme area will include a highlight of priorities, project highlights and accomplishments, as well as unfunded needs. From a project by project perspective, here's a new look at the project sheets. They identify the 2 years of funding that we are proposing for the 2-year budget, includes pictures, project managers, the alignment to City Council, pillars, as well as a very detailed description of what that project is slated to deliver. Each section also includes an unfunded projects listing here, and as we explore potential future bonds, very clear understanding of what's not included. So each section includes a listing of those projects. A summary of the budget, or CIP, by strategic pillar over a 5-year period, $514.5 million of funded projects, a significant amount. The bulk of these, as they're aligned to the strategic pillars, are in the deliver and enhance high quality, efficient services and infrastructure strategic pillar. From a project priority perspective, as I mentioned earlier, A, B, C, and D are the new designations for project priority. The bulk of the funding in the 2-year budget here, almost 90% of the budget, are in those top 2 categories, priority A and priority B. When you're looking at the budget by theme, if you looked at the old themes listed on the left there, we asked ourselves what organization of the budget document would reflect the most clear in terms of what the community is receiving for the investments in the projects. And so The new project themes are outlined here on the right: administrative and community facilities, which distinguish between public facing and non-public facing facilities, convention center, all our utilities, parks and trails, technology and equipment, transportation, which includes traffic safety signals, and also our ADA improvements throughout the city, and then rounding out the theme list, water and recycled water utilities. When you look at the dollars allocated by theme, you'll notice that the bulk of the dollars are funded through our utility program, funded through ratepayers. So the electric utility represents the largest theme, just shy of $200 million over 5 years, followed by the sewer utility, $148.6 million, reflecting Santa Clara's contribution for the rebuild of the treatment plant that we share with San Jose. The largest group following sewer is transportation there, funded primarily through gas tax, some Measure B funding and SB 1 dollars there, $73.4 million over 5 years. And you'll notice some of the other facilities, the general funded areas around administrative and community facilities, some modest allocations there due to the limitations of our general fund funded capital dollars. As I walk through each of the themes, there's highlights in each area. So for administrative facilities, an investment here of $1 million for standby generators. Now this is insufficient to cover all the needs throughout the city, but only the most critical as far as generator replacements. Modifications to city buildings. So this is the allocation of funding Public Works building maintenance has to maintain our facilities, and then parking lot improvements. In the community facilities theme area, $1 million allocated over 5 years for electronic access for meeting rooms, as well as improvements at the cemetery for the mausoleum and roof replacement for Bowers Community Center. In the electric utility theme, almost $200 million over 5 years. The bulk of the projects here are designated to overhaul or maintain our substations throughout the city, to expand capacity for growth, and then also to meet some of the needs from a policy standpoint, such as electric vehicle charging and renewable energy. Other community projects totaling $32 million across the 5 years. Now this is kind of a catch-all for some of the other projects. So this includes our downtown master planning effort and an allocation there for potential payment for street easements. Our public works capital management costs. So these are the costs to deliver design and engineering costs to deliver projects throughout the city, as well as a related project down there for the last bullet. In the parks and trail area, $25 million across the 5 years. And these are primarily funded through our park impact fees, or Mitigation Fee Act dollars from development. Park playground rehab projects totaling almost $10 million include significant funding to renovate our neighborhood parks. $5 million for our Community Park North and the related Santa Clara area. Now that's not an amount that would fully fund that park. This is an initial investment from the developer that's assumed to start some planning efforts and deliver some amenities out there. Saratoga Creek Trail, that trail project is funded in conjunction with Vallet Water District work. Annual Creek Trail rehab, and then the Mission Library gazebo there, $200,000. In the sewer utility, $148 million over 5 years, as I mentioned earlier. The bulk of that funding is dedicated for the treatment plant that we share with San Jose. There are funding dollars here to rehab our sewer system, as well as any capacity enhancement projects that are needed through development. Solid waste, $4 million over 5 years. This reflects methane monitoring for our closed landfills out there at the related project. And then storm drain projects. These are primarily funded through general fund dollars. The highest priority project here is the Laurelwood Pump Station Rehab Project. If you see that picture on the right there, a very, very old pump station with original equipment. Other dollars in this program include funding for our storm permit runoff, pollution prevention program, gate rehab, and then some study and planning efforts under the Lafayette Street underpass there in the picture. Technology and equipment, $7 million over 5 years, includes funding for our utility billing system. We have over 20 interfaces with different phone systems, billing systems, maintenance systems out there for our utilities, so that's funding to keep that going. GIS enterprise system, this funding is reflecting SVP and water and sewers contribution for GIS mapping. $1.2 million there for protective fire equipment, PeopleSoft project dollars, Laserfish, and then that last item, the Acela permit system. So a lot of technology improvements slated to be in process or rolled out through these dollars. In the transportation area, our annual street maintenance and pavement rehab project, almost $34 million. Now this funding is not sufficient to maintain our PCI or pavement condition index of 75. There's a portion there, about 9 million more would be needed annually to maintain that index condition. So over the 5 years, this funding reflects the funding available from gas tax, some of the other SB1 and Measure B dollars, and a projection here that our pavement would drop to about 71 on that condition index. Over $10 million are allocated for ADA improvements, $5 million for pedestrian and bicycle safety, and then $2.7 million for crosswalk improvements. When you get to the water and recycled water utilities theme, $26 million primarily for well replacement and rehab, and then rehab or replacement of our distribution system. These are the water pipes in the streets that deliver potable water to our residents and businesses, SCADA improvements, and then recycled water mains and wells. So while those are significant dollars over the 5 years that are funded, that we do have a significant unfunded need, almost $300 million over 5 years. And then when you look at a longer term horizon, I've mentioned in prior presentations, almost $1 billion in capital needs over a longer term. The largest of which here is Parks and Trails, $104 million, mainly around the Central Park area, including the Aquatic Center. Transportation, I mentioned the need to maintain our PCI, additional dollars there around pavement, traffic safety, and signals. And then administrative facilities, $57 million here. This is around our fire station. So when you look at a project by project listing, this details some of the dollars that are still needed to maintain or keep up our capital infrastructure. And also with the climate of COVID-19, it does not assume any additional renovations that may be needed to resume business in a different way as a result of COVID-19. So we will continue to monitor this. We have a community survey underway to evaluate potential bonding measures for November 2020. We'll bring forward the results of those surveys later on this year. I mentioned here, this is the second page of unfunded needs, significant needs around the transportation, storm, and technology areas. So with that, I wanted to transition to the 10-year forecast. I know there was a lot of information that we covered over the CIP. And as Deanna mentioned, the COVID-19 pandemic has touched all communities in a very short period amount of time. And very quickly, we've turned from a forecast where we had assumed a modest economic slowdown or recession, as reported in January, to an economic environment that none of us would have planned for or predicted. All our neighboring cities are addressing the same type of economic impact that we're seeing today. I'll detail some of those line items in subsequent slides. No one would have predicted this on an economic level. And so as we look through the budget gap that we're seeing, we will need to look at all things. We'll need to take a look at our budgets from a belt tightening perspective, what we can do to continue to deliver high quality services at a reduced dollar value. We'll need to look at our employees and positions that provide those services. And then any other revenue opportunities that could close that gap to preserve services to our community. Here are some of the headlines around the economy, starting out with that first table in dark blue. Over 30 million jobs have been lost in the last 6 weeks since the COVID-19 pandemic. If you look at the trend line there from the late 1960s, under a million jobless claims every week, and then that sharp spike. This is, people are saying, very similar to the Great Depression, where we had a 25% unemployment rate in the late 1920s, early 1930s. Going clockwise around this slide, some of the headlines: CNBC job losses could total 47 million jobs, as the Fed estimated, or a 32% unemployment rate. Barron's estimated this could be the worst financial crisis we've seen in the last 150 years, based on a Harvard economist. When you look at our pension system, the CalPERS pension, as reported late March, a $69 billion impact to market losses. Now that's recovered somewhat since then. And so when we look at our pension costs over the 10 years, to the extent CalPERS does not meet their 7% assumption, we're projecting anywhere from a $3 to an $8 million hit annually over the 10-year forecast. So we'll continue to monitor the impact from CalPERS performance. And then jobless claims paid out from California, $3.9 billion. I know that's a article that was published a couple of weeks ago. That number has grown considerably since then. So the headlines are very telling of the economy that we're facing today. When you look at some of our neighboring agencies, Palo Alto came out with a $30 million revenue loss number. They've since revised that upward to $39 million. San Jose has been public with a $110 million shortfall due to the coronavirus. Some of the headlines from Monterey and Salinas regarding layoffs of 87 employees in Monterey and a third of the workforce in Salinas. El Cerrito, we know, was teetering there on bankruptcy and had to access short-term loans to avoid bankruptcy. And then as you look at California cities throughout the next 2 years, an article there, projected losses of $6.7 billion due to the virus. So very, very dramatic economic impacts throughout the state, throughout our local economy. When you dial it closer to home, here are some of the news reports as a result of COVID-19. Some of our hotels very quickly shut down. So Hilton Avatar Biltmore and Plaza Suites on March 20th. We had a SVP data center customer notify the city that they were filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. March 25th, there, the Hyatt closed their 2 hotels and got an update today on some of the hotels that it sounds like the Hyatt at least is pushed out to June 2nd as far as a closure, and some of the other hotels as well. So very, very grim news from our hotels. When you look at restaurants, we know that most of them are closed and reduced to takeout only or reduced hours. Retail is reduced to essential services, groceries, pharmacies. Car dealerships are delivering new cars or used cars with online sales or touchless delivery. Our real estate market's impacted as well. No open houses or by appointment only, and that's going to be reflected in pricing as well as number of sales. And then our convention center and stadium, we've had postponements or cancellation of events. So all throughout our city, we've felt the economic impact. And to the right there, to put some dollars and context to some of the categories, or 6 hotels listed here bring in just shy of $1 million per month, represents 40% of our TOT hotel tax collections. Business to business is our largest category of sales tax. So with businesses shut or not selling to each other, we're expecting a significant decline there in sales tax. And then in the property tax area, Larry Stone, our county assessor, has notified us of potential delays around the tax roll. While he's backed off on the delays, there will be impacts on property tax in other areas as well. So with the context of the financial forecast, and for those of you at home paying attention, the financial forecast is a tool we use. We project out on a 10-year basis. We use this as a discipline tool and for planning purposes. It's not designed to figure out how accurate we could be in year 10, but it's really a planning tool today based on the latest assumptions. And so here bulleted the 10-year forecast that I presented to you in January. Reflected our latest CalPERS payments, reflected a slowdown in the economy, a review of hundreds of revenue and expense lines, and a base budget that reflected council-approved service levels. So at that time, the 10-year forecast projected ongoing deficits over 4 years of $13.3 million. That was $11.4 million higher than a year ago based on risks that we had identified at the time. And so this was only 4 months ago, our forecast update, and very quickly, the $13.3 million has gotten worse. And on this slide, it shows you, at least in the current year, our forecast as of late March and early April was $10 million in one-time dollars projected for this year. Very quickly, the city adopted a hiring freeze and some belt-tightening measures I will discuss in a future slide. The forecast for 2021 of $4.8 million in January 2020 quickly grew to just shy of $23 million. And again, this was based on the best information at the time, where as we get additional information, data comes in from our hotels, as we get actual sales tax data later this month for first quarter 2020, we will be looking to revise these numbers, but expected to grow in the short term and potentially in the out years of the forecast. So a line-by-line review of those numbers. Here are the assumptions behind the $10 million impact for 1920. In the TOT, or transient occupancy tax or hotel tax, we had assumed a 50% decline from March to April and 25% in May and June. We do know that hotels, with them being closed, I heard a report out from the Marriott yesterday that their occupancy the first 2 weeks of April was shy of 5%, and the second 2 weeks of April was just under 20%. So much deeper closures potentially to impact our TOT revenues. Sales tax of $4.5 million impact that we have projected in the third and fourth quarters alone, and then because our parks programs are canceled or deferred, a $500,000 impact. So that got us to the 10 million shown here. Again, we will continue to revise and look at the data as they come in and update the council. When we look at 2021, so assuming we're solving for the $10 million in 1920, some of the impacts for 2021 include a decline in our TOT tax of 25% from peak levels. And so to the extent our shelter in place continues, to the extent business to business travel that our hotels are so dependent on doesn't return to the levels they were potentially on this slide, $6.8 million impact ongoing, potentially deeper if that continues to get worse. Sales tax, we modeled the numbers here on prior recessions. So the last 3 recessions had on average a 10% drop. We worked with our sales tax consultant to come up with this estimate. Property tax impact of just shy of $2 million here based on supplemental resale related taxes and education funds or ERAF funds. Interest, because of lower interest rates, the Fed has adopted a 0% interest rate kind of policy. Lower recreation classes, I mentioned. Transfer taxes related to property sales, and then other net changes rounds out a $18 million impact on top of what we were carrying in January for close to $23 million. When you layer on those impacts to the January forecast, this chart shows that the $13 million ongoing deficit quickly grows to $34 million dollars. And so by percentage comparison, if you take that $22.7 million deficit, that's roughly 8% of our general fund budget. When you look at the $34 million deficit, that's roughly 12.5% of the budget. So we are facing a considerable shortfall and will likely get worse. So I do want to discuss some of the impacts that may happen to this forecast. We were using the best information we had at the time in late March. We had about 2 or 3 weeks to kind of evaluate our economic budget situation and come up with some projections. The duration of the shelter in place, to the extent that's deeper and longer, would impact this worse or further. CalPERS actuarial changes and/or investment performance will impact the forecast. Labor costs, to the extent they're different from our budget. Worsening economic recession or depression. Ballot initiatives, to the extent we are successful or not at the November 2020 ballot, that could help us there. Development and events from the convention center and stadium, to the extent they have general fund impacts. And then legislation changes. There's a lot of legislation coming through that we're monitoring, both on the plus side from stimulus and grants, and then as well as on a policy level, some risks that potentially could hurt us as well. So with that, I wanted to transition to our operating budget. As I mentioned earlier, we have a council-approved 2021 operating budget, and so we are proposing to bring forward amendments to that budget as part of the document before you. Amendments are necessary to update revenue estimates in the general fund and other funds, as I talked about from COVID-19. Those impacts are included in these operating budget amendments. Amendments are needed to update costs for labor and non-personnel costs based on latest information, resource and production costs in the enterprise and utility funds, and then bring all that into balance for a proposed budget. And so details, line-by-line details of each department and area proposed to be amended are included in the appendix of the proposed budget document. On the revenue side, as I mentioned earlier, revisions to many of our tax revenues are included in the budget amendments: sales tax, TOT, property tax, and documentary transfer tax. Decreases to rent revenue around our stadium performance rent. As you may recall, in January, we reported $2.7 million hit to the general fund. Related project lease revenue that we had assumed has been pushed out by 6 months based on timing, the latest news of timing of that development project. Transfers from other funds reflecting loan repayments. On the expense side, salary and benefit cost adjustments, fire department overtime, adjustments to capital project transfers, reimbursements, and interfund services there to round out the list. From a reserve perspective, we are proposing to decrease the budget stabilization reserve to balance the general fund budget as an interim strategy. We have a high-level budget balancing strategy included in the budget, and we will bring forward details to close that gap in September, and again as a check-in in December following the November election. Decreases to the capital projects reserve to fund the proposed capital projects are included in the budget. And then some other changes around the land sale, building inspection, planning, and technology reserves are included in the operating budget amendments. Now, to get into some of the discussion around how to close the gap, as I presented in my slides, a very significant gap from a COVID impact. And so I wanted to talk about the efforts that are underway and being contemplated looking forward. From the revenue side, we know that with a gap of $22.7 million, we'll need to look at it from a multi-pronged approach. And so some of the revenue measures for potential November 2020 ballots include our transient occupancy tax. And so we are conducting a community survey of potentially a deferred implementation of up to 4%. So that would increase our base rate from 9.5% to 13.5%. that would still keep us under the highest and in line with the top 1/3 of other cities around us. We are looking at projects, general obligation bonds for capital projects. Part of the survey is being conducted is around a public art fee. We understand there was some feedback from the January study session, so we've included a public art component to the survey. A continuation of development projects around the related Santa Clara project and any other large project to the extent those development projects continue to move forward, that would help us and alleviate us from a tax perspective and property tax, sales tax, TOT tax. Fees for services, we've conducted a consultant review of all our fees, reported late last year, early this year, a $23 million subsidy around those fees. So to the extent we can close that gap, that potentially could provide us an opportunity to help us. And then in the long term, comparing our fees and taxes to other neighboring jurisdictions, we believe the planning effort around revenues will continue beyond the November 2020 ballot. And so we've started to look at some of those taxes and fees. The overall budget balancing strategy combines ongoing expenditure reductions, one-time savings from cost control measures, revenue generating actions that I just discussed, potential labor negotiations subject to meet and confer. We know that with a gap our size, there may be potential layoffs out there. Now that's the last resort. We know the services the public receives and our employees are valued, and so that's our last resort from a impact perspective. And then the use of our BSR as an interim strategy. So some of the measures underway, already implemented very quickly here, a hiring freeze with limited exceptions. There is a hiring committee that reviews these requests on a weekly basis to ensure that the most critical areas are continuing with operations. Stricter expenditure controls across all departments, a review of travel, training, contract expenses to generate any kind of one-time savings. We have decreased our temp staffing, or as-needed staffing, by 49%. We have reduced our IT and vehicle expenditures, again, a strict control process around those purchases. And then, as I mentioned, contracts and other non-personal expenses. So we have started measures for budget tightening, and we're hoping to close a good size of that $10 million gap this year through these measures. Some of the ongoing strategies that are contemplated and under review are personnel savings. We do have over 100 vacancies across all funds in the city that would produce a considerable amount of savings. We project here in this budget balancing strategy of $6 to $8 million potentially. Now that will come with service impact, so some of the time needed from here to evaluate the proposals to when we bring that forward in September, we will be specific on what that means from a service impact. Material services and supplies, when we look at our contracts, our non-personal expenses, hope to generate $1 to $2 million on an ongoing basis. When we look at transfers from other funds, what's eligible to be transferred to the general fund to support services, an additional $1 to $2 million. So very high level, $8 to $12 million to close that $23 million gap. I mentioned one-time savings. So as we continue those measures that we've adopted this year into next year, we're hoping to generate additional one-time savings to slow down the use of the budget stabilization reserve and hopefully close the bulk of our gap as well. When you look on some of the measures that are underway that we are uncertain in terms of their impact or the success, that includes our ballot measure. So to the extent our TOT measure is successful at the ballot, a 4% at a reduced TOT collection level would bring in $7 million. Other increased or new revenues, as we look at those around cost recovery fees, could potentially bring us additional dollars to close that gap. Labor negotiations are underway and subject to a meet and confer process. So to the extent there are agreements that are reached around the labor table, that could potentially close the gap as well. We do know that with a budget gap this size, it will impact services. So on this listing here, some of the services that would potentially be impacted: reduced parks and recreation programming, fewer library hours and/or programming. Some of the response around the fire department, we will need to take a look at staffing, both from a public safety, police, and fire perspective. Planning and code enforcement response times, internal services across the board, all of our finance, HR, IT, administrative functions will need to look at reductions. Fewer community events and funding for outside funding groups, reduced or deferred capital infrastructure, and then across some of the different administrative appointee levels there, reduced service. So very, very hard reductions contemplated to close the gap our size. For comparative purposes only, when you're looking at a $23 million ongoing deficit, that roughly equates to our entire Parks and Recreation Department, or 1/2 of the fire department, or 1/3 of our police department. Now, in no ways are we suggesting that those are the solutions that will come forward, but just from a comparison standpoint, many of our neighboring cities are looking at cuts to services, cuts to staffing that would impact services tremendously. Now, the timeline moving forward, I mentioned that departments will start to develop some specificity around some of the high-level proposals that were outlined. We will be going through those proposals in the August timeframe. By that time, we would have collected data from our TOT collections through the end of the year. We would also have actual sales tax collections for first quarter of 2020, and later on in September 2020, we would expect actual data for sales tax to come in for that second quarter as well. So we will refine the forecast, 10-year forecast, and present that to the City Council with an initial cut at what that means from a service impact, from a positions impact, and potential revenue generating impact. The community survey that's currently underway, to the extent that decisions are made to bring forward measures, we would evaluate the results of those measures in November 2020 and bring up follow-up proposals if needed to rebalance the budget at the time shortly thereafter, and again, a check-in in December. So from now to the end of the calendar year, a lot of work across all city departments to close the gap that we're looking at. From a budget adoption standpoint, the calendar from here to get to a required July 1 budget before you, this is the first of a series of 3 different check-ins with the City Council. The second study session is scheduled for June 9th. Then there is a public hearing on June 23rd that's scheduled for City Council adoption consideration, along with our CIP carryover, project funding, operating budget changes, and then the required GAN limit or appropriation limit that's required by law. So with that, I'll pause here, and department directors and finance staff are available for any questions that you may have.
Wow, Ken, thank you so much. That was a very comprehensive report. I don't see any questions at this time, so I'm going to ask a couple myself quickly. One is that you touched on the fact that there's going to need to be some building improvements because of COVID-19 and the infrastructure for our, different facilities around the city. Do we have any idea of what the cost of that is going to be in terms of retrofitting some of our buildings to comply with all these new orders?
I think that's something we're starting to look at right now with the county orders coming out. What some of the delivery that's going to be needed, or construction improvement projects that's going to be needed. We are evaluating right now. We don't have a dollar figure that I can give you offhand. I know that some of the very shorter term changes we're putting in place are around maintaining social distancing with regards to plexiglass wherever there's a public facing component. We are looking at spacing within the departments from a cubicle standpoint. So those changes will have a dollar impact. We don't have the full extent of what that will mean, but as we evaluate what the county orders are and our projects, we will bring that information forward.
Thank you. The second question I have is regarding there was a lot of park and trail projects, and you talked about using, as part of the proceeds, using park development fees and park in lieu fees for those projects. Are those park fees that we currently have, or park fees that we are hoping to receive from some of the developments that have not yet taken place or that are approved? Or is it a combination of both?
It is a combination of both. We worked very closely with the Parks and Recreation Department, and they've also are aware of projects as they move through the development process. Now, some of the dollars that are assumed in the budget around park impact fees take into account development projects that are significantly completed or on their way. To the extent some of those projects might be delayed, that may have an impact. And then in the out years of the forecast, there includes improvements based on those combined existing dollars and future dollars. What we try to avoid all across the budget from a revenue projection standpoint is really looking at any development project that's not far along enough. We try to hang on to those projects in our assumptions and only include projects that are pretty far along.
Thank you. That was part of my next question, which was, do we know at this point, do we have any idea which development projects will proceed and which ones will not proceed? And it's probably too early to have that determination, but I'm sure that that's part of the discussion.
Yeah, so on that, I'll see if Jim Tashir is available to respond to that question.
Yes, this is Jim, Director of Parks and Recreation, City of Santa Clara. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. So could you repeat the question, please?
It was about development projects and park fees. We were talking about what development projects do we know that are going to proceed ahead, or do we know any development projects that are not going to be proceeding ahead, and how are we counting the park fees towards some of these capital improvement projects? Is it fees we already have, or fees that we're counting on getting in the future?
Right. So as a capital improvement program and a 5-year and projection, the funding for projects that are presented here are the ones that we have either collected funds for and then are able to budget in the earlier years. In the out years, our projects then would be more tied to the projects that are in the pipeline that have been approved, such that they're going to be dedicated to some parkland, and we know what their fees are, and they would be approved projects that way. So basically the early, go ahead.
I see Andrew also on the call as well. I don't know if he wants to chime in as well.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of State Council. This is Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development. And I would just add that we have had conversations with several of our developers who are in the process. Once they're into the permit process, typically they already have their financing relatively secure. And so all the ones we've spoken with so far have said that, that's their intent to continue. And we're really speaking about primarily residential projects in terms of park fees. And so, with their financing in place, they still see significant demand for housing, and they're pretty eager to keep their projects moving along through the process. So we've not encountered any residential developers of yet that's indicated that they wouldn't be moving forward if they can.
Thank you very much for that. All right, council members, are there other council members that have questions or comments for Ken or any of the department heads? Who was that? Oh, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ken. Thank you for the presentation. And I know forecast is always tough, but did a good job on that. I do have a question on the forecasting model we took. So depending upon all the revenue decreases we show, how did we take into account like this lockdown type of a situation will prevail up to how many months? What were our basis of taking this thing? Did we take into account like, okay, in let's say April of next year, it will stabilize to almost a normal condition or something? What were the premises we took?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Council Member. So when we updated our forecast in late March and early April, we were about 2 weeks into the shelter in place that was issued. I believe it was on March 17th. And so we knew that there was an impact to sales tax. We knew there was an impact to our TOT tax. We knew there was an impact to potential parks, events, and programs. 2 weeks into the shelter in place, we did not know how long the shelter in place would occur. We also knew and hoped that to the extent the shelter in place was removed, we would recover to a level of activity that was not at the peak, but at some reduced level. So our forecasted projections take into account the fact that, for example, for TOT tax, we're at 75% of the activity that we were prior to the shelter in place. And so as the shelter in place has progressed, through April, now into May, we are evaluating that that's going to have a further impact on us. Now, the hope here is that with some of the budget balancing measures that are already in place, we would be able to close the gap this year in 1920 as to the extent possible. We had department directors submit projected savings across their departments to us, and so we are analyzing that information. Now, as we look ahead to the time the shelter in place is, as it extends further into next year, potentially, hopefully not, and we see that some of the measures of recovery or relaxing the shelter in place is phased in. We know that there's going to be some impact. We know that from a recovery standpoint, it would have to recover pretty quickly to kind of get to our numbers. So, we're hoping that the data we collect over the next several months would inform us on a revised forecast. But the numbers that I presented were as of late March, early April, with about 2 weeks of information that we had at the time.
No, I really appreciate the, depending upon the data time frame, you produced a budget forecast. I do have several comments on top of it. I saw one of the options was reduced expenditure for IT, and I would suggest like IT efficiencies can really make our system much more efficient. So we have to be very judicious when we are trying to cut those IT efficiencies. And I know I've been asking for that PeopleSoft module implementation for a long time, which can be very, very beneficial in different departments of the city. So I would say, please look at very prudently what we are trying to cut and so that we don't lose in the long term. My second comment is regarding the layoffs. I know you also mentioned that should be our last resort. And I fully second that. That should be our last resort, and we should be emphasizing on how we can cut salaries or negotiate with the labor union so that we can retain all of our employees to maintain our services. And the third one is the budget stabilization reserve. I know it has been discussed about it that we are trying to reduce that ratio from 25% to 20%. So I personally would be very cautious of that because that's the fund. We don't know how long this thing can prevail. So I would be very prudent not to reduce that to an extent possible, but to reduce our expenses or wherever we can cut other stuff so that we can maintain our budget stabilization reserves on that. Yeah. Those were my comments. Thank you very much. I appreciate your report.
Great.
Thank you. I also want to just do a follow-up. I'm hoping that it's important to see what's going to happen in the near future and the distant future for the city, especially in terms of development. So I'm hoping that we can get from maybe our Director of Community Development, Andrew Crabtree, if we can get a list to the council of projects that are in the pipeline moving forward, especially housing, those that have financing than those that don't, because that's going to give us a good idea of what's going to move ahead and what isn't at this point. But I also want to make sure that maybe we can get that before the next budget study session. I'd also like to make sure that we do set our priorities and the council talks about our priorities in this budget, because I'd like to make sure that from my perspective, our priorities should be public health and safety and maintaining essential city services. That above all is what we need to provide to the city. That's very important as layoffs should be, a last resort, especially if it's essential city services and public health and safety, public safety. We should only look at essential travel if needed, and we should focus very strongly on revenue generating activities in the city, especially looking at our city properties, the ones that we own, the ones that we're going to generate rent on, like the Related project and some other projects on cities' properties that we own. That's a big way of us generating revenue and potential, ballot measures. I'm not sure about a bond, but transient occupancy tax where our residents aren't paying the bill. And if we could look at it, generating it for some time in the future when the hotels have a chance to get back up and running. Those are the kinds of revenue generating things. We can't just keep thinking cut. We also have to figure out how we're going to dig our way out of this, and we have to do them together. So I like the budget. I like how we're looking in every corner that we have to, but we really need to see the big picture of what are we dealing with going forward, because we can take all these projections, and Ken and staff and city manager have done a fabulous job putting this together for us, but as you can see, day by day, we don't know how long this is going to be. Councilmember Chahal brought something up. Well, is it going to be April? I don't know. Who can say how long? We don't know how long this will be. Is it till there's a vaccine? And what is that, a year and a half? How long are we going to be talking about this? So I would like to have, as much information as we can, and pick our low-lying fruit in terms of revenue generating. We have to do it at the same time with just as much, aggressiveness as we are with the cost cutting. We have to look at the revenue generation, and that's how Santa Clara has always been in the past, and that's how we've been able to, maintain such great city services. And we're very fortunate that in the last several years, through our city manager's leadership and the council's leadership, we have put money into our budget stabilization fund, because it was only just a few years ago we didn't have this kind of money in that fund. So we need to continue along that path, and I think this is a really, really great start. So right now I have Councilmember O'Neill.
Sorry. So Mike, yes, thanks to everybody for the excellent work here. So so I agree with a number of the things that Councilmember Chahal said. Why I think we have to be extremely careful about taking the reserves down too low, which is something that made me extremely apprehensive during the last recession, big recession, because let alone not knowing how long this virus is going to last. I was in a call this morning for NCPA where we were, I was reminding people of a few months ago what we were all talking about is the possibility of more fires and damage and what that could be. So we don't know, unfortunately, they used to say like those disasters come in threes. We've had fires, we've had this virus, who knows, God forbid that we have a major earthquake or something. So we still have to make sure that we've got money socked away if we had to do some major infrastructure repairs or something else. And then Ken, one of the things I was thinking, when your projections, are you thinking, as you're thinking that within, a couple of years that things will be back to where they are? I know I've been going to a number of webinars to listen to what people are thinking about the economic impact. And I know with some of the other agencies in the area, they're not even projecting that revenues will return, to what, say, the February 2020 level. They're not sure when that will happen, but that could be years from now. We may get it, some of the things I've been seeing is maybe we get to 80%. I'm hoping that's not true. I was in a call earlier today, and, where people were trying to, looking back to like 9/11 and trying to say how fast did like travel recover and things like that. But it seems like the scope of this is, particularly the hit to the economy, is different. So I was just wondering if what you're looking at in terms of the length of these impacts, and let alone the lost growth opportunity while that's happening. And the other thing is, the other general comment I'd like to make is that maybe on some of these projects, as much as we want to see more recreational facilities, and particularly I really want to see some of the trails get enhanced and more places for people to walk and ride bikes, and just to for those people who aren't necessarily engaged in a team or a competitive sport. But looking at if we're not obligated to spend grant funds, and maybe those are some of the things that we look at, whether we, I hate to say this, but maybe those, in terms of like what the mayor was saying about the most essential services, maybe some of those things, if we can delay those another year or two, and look at shortening hours at some of our facilities, such as the library, the senior center, and the youth center, which is what we did during the last recession, and then we were able to restore it. But those are just some of my thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, council members, if I may comment on your question around projections. So the assumption behind the $23 million shortfall is that we're assuming a level of reduced ongoing revenue. So for TOT, that's about 75% of where we were at. For sales tax, we're assuming a 10% drop from modeling similar recessions over the last few recessions. So that's about at 90% of where we're at. So, it will take some time to recover to the levels we were at. I don't know if it's several years or a year and a half or whatnot, but our projections are assuming that the ongoing revenues that we're going to look at will be reduced and will take some time to recover. And so when we look at the 10-year horizon, as we update our forecast, we'll determine whether that's 2-3 years out before we can recover to where we were at.
Okay, so you're not seeing one of those deep V recoveries, which I'm kind of skeptical about myself.
Yeah, I mean, offhand, I would say no. I would say that I think life after the easing of the shelter in place will look very different, both from a business to business transaction, from a travel perspective, from a hotel perspective. So to the extent those activities take a while to recover, it will have a significant impact on our city. So I don't think that recovery will happen quickly. Now, I don't want to venture to guess how long it will take to recover to where we're at, but it will take some time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Ken, for the great report. I was watching you give your report, and so calmly, and you're telling us about the status of the city and what we can expect, and you just shared it so calmly. I was just so impressed. So thank you for telling it to us in such a way that didn't totally freak us out. But I wanted to, I've got to have a couple of questions. I guess regarding economic recovery, that's one of the things that we're going to be focusing on. And a couple of folks brought up about like construction and, any possibility of any projected projects, maybe being delayed. And I heard you say related. I don't know about Kylie, but just out of curiosity, because in a situation like this, as much as we want to, we're concerned about our economic recovery. Are there ways, or maybe past history could be an indicator? Are there ways that construction costs have gone down, labor costs, things like that have been effective in just restarting an economy and just getting projects on board again and moving communities forward? Have you ever seen that or looked at that?
Yeah, thank you, Council Member, for the question, and thank you for the kind remarks. I have a strong team behind me that support me, so they help keep me grounded. As far as construction activities, with the last few recessions, with the Great Recession and even with the dot-com bust in the early 2000s, the cost of construction has dropped significantly, both on the labor side and on the material side. So we've seen some stimulation from the cost of construction. Now, I will say that in the last recession, and I think it's true even for any kind of slowdown, it will be dependent on lending and how tight the banks get with some of these projects from a financing perspective. Now, in the Great Recession, the banks were on the brink of collapsing, so lending was very, very, very tight, and so construction activity came to a halt. Now, in this economic environment, I know that construction activity is continuing, lending is continuing. Now, I don't believe it's, I think there are some measures where banks are taking to put some controls around some of the risk from a construction perspective. I think as Director Crabtree has mentioned earlier, I think he's seeing some of the projects continue. But I do think that in any slowdown that we've seen recently, the cost of construction will drop and will drive some of the projects moving forward. It's a matter of kind of supply and demand and labor that's available to construct these projects.
Exactly. Okay, thank you for that. And I really appreciate the budget review and the cost-cutting measures that the city is exploring. I agree with my other council members who have expressed about layoffs. Our city employees are like family, and I know that would definitely want to be as a last resort. So that's all I have. But again, thank you for all of your in-depth, and thank you for your team for all their hard work. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal, did you have more comments?
Just a quick one. Mayor.
Okay.
Did we look at any of the federal or state grants or fundings which may or may not be available? Did we factor those in? Are there any possibilities of those? for the municipalities?
So we're looking at anything and everything that's out there. We have a team of finance folks reviewing FEMA reimbursement processes, and so we're looking to recover as much of our costs related to COVID from a response perspective. We're looking at the stimulus funding bills that are coming out of the White House and pass through the state to local levels, and our lobbyists, our city lobbyists, is also giving us information around some of the funding bills. Now, the bulk of the bills that we're seeing are for larger cities, over 500,000. So our hope is that some of the bills and some of the stimulus that's being discussed currently today will make it down to our level. So we haven't seen a significant dollars come through. We do have some CDBG funding that will be discussed, I believe, later today on the agenda. We do have some fire and police grants, the JAG grant, I believe, and UASI grants that have increased funding, but that's primarily for specific purposes or equipment. But the dollars that are coming down from grants from the federal level, we're monitoring. I won't say there's a lot of dollars that have been released to our level, but we're on a daily basis. We have a team of people reviewing the guidance that comes out.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ken, I'm so glad the mayor didn't ask you to wrap your way through that whole presentation because that was a long one. And I wanted to thank you again for looking at, the deep dive at what we could do. But I also want to know what would be the top 10 priorities as far as CIP budgets go for things that have to be done within the next 2 years during this COVID. Is there some way that we could put some of these things on hold for a while to see how we're going to adjust to coming back to a new normal? And I know the economic forecast could be dreary. I know Councilmember O'Neill keeps her fingers on the pulse of that, but I'm not seeing it recover the way it would recover, only because there's a lot of retail that's going to have a major change. Office spacing is going to have to, reflect the new, I guess, plexiglass rooms or whatever that people are going to have to live in. And I saw something on TV today where someone came up with a great idea for restaurant service, like little kind of plexiglass rooms for people to be served in, and keeping everybody at a 6 feet limit, and also, keeping the wait staff at a distance, and they were serving food like on a plank. So it's kind of cool that people are becoming extremely innovative, but it's still not going to help the recovery the way their occupancy could have been 165 and now they're down to half. So I see it as a slow thing, but I'm just wondering if there's another way we could cut back on expending some of these CIP budgets. I don't know. I'm wondering if you guys can kind of look into that and see if there is something that we could do to hold back on some things. I know it's probably going to make all the directors listening online right now cringe, but sometimes we have to live within our means, and it's crucial, I think, for the next couple of years that we be prudent as to what we need to accomplish and what needs to maybe get on a hold, and try to do the best that we can. My council colleagues, we are all, it seems, in a group allegiance here with not laying off employees. We've been in a situation like this before. Furloughs, they worked, but once we lay off people, it's really hard to get back that talent. And I really think that is like the last resort. I mean, if we're down to the wire. So if you could come back at the next study session and let me know if there is some way of cutting back on some CIP, if there are grant fundings that we do have. I'd like to almost see like a column A, column B, column C, that the council might have other options to slow down some of the pain, especially with expenditures. As far as having a revenue stream come in, I agree with the mayor. We should have a list of what's in the queue, what's coming down the pike, what possibly could be property tax and or sales tax. I think that office space might not be the thing that's going to make money for us. It has in the past. Retail costs us money, office space makes us money. But at the same time, I don't know what the contractors are going to do if retail is going to be the slow money maker for them. Office space, how they're going to redesign office space could be a slow indicator. And as far as I see, California basically is we're all about the sunshine and palm trees. So a lot of our cities in the state are basically destination and they rely on tourism. And we're mostly tech people, but I think we might not see an improvement in the economy unless the airlines start coming back. And if the airlines come back, then the TOT comes back. And I think that might be an indicator for us to see the travel. And if we can, with this testing and having this tracing go down, maybe that will help our budget. But I still see it as a moving target, and we could make amendments later. We approve it with the codicil that we will be able to change it if we do see improvement somewhere along the line. So again, I thank you, and I'm so glad you didn't have to wrap your way through that and sing for us. But great job, and if you could get back to me on those items about maybe the top 10 projects. So thank you, Ken.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I think that was it for the council comments, and we gave you all our wish lists of things, but I know we're going to have more study sessions on this. As Councilmember Davis was talking, I was looking through some of the items of the capital improvement budget, and a lot of those things, it's hard to put them off. If you keep putting them off, it just becomes more and more expensive down the line. So we'll have to take a good look at that, and a good look at, more specifically, our operating budget to find things that maybe we don't put as much priority in as some other things. So I don't have any more council comments, but I see we have members of the public that would like to talk. The first is Ben. Ben, are you with us?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, Ben. Welcome.
Awesome. I have two questions. The first was, I think I heard some mention of the stadium funding changing, which I can totally imagine given that they are very much dependent on big events. I believe I heard that it was the income coming into the city could possibly change, and that makes sense. I was wondering if they end up with losses in the stadium because of not having big events, is the city entirely insulated from that, and there's no way tax money has to be appropriated to that, or is there a risk there? And the second question I had was, one of the more contentious things I've seen online recently was when recently the garbage and sewer rates went up. And I've been watching meetings, so I knew that this was something coming down, but most people, as they saw it, we're in the middle of a pandemic and rates are increasing. And so I was curious if we've looked at what increases are coming over the next couple months, and if there's going to have to be, like, what it would mean if we end up having to postpone any of those because of, the bad publicity of having to raise, I don't know what it would be, either the TOT rate or something happening right in the middle of the pandemic. So I was wondering if there was any look at, like, what is actually increasing and what might come up as we're in the middle of a pandemic and the city is now raising our law.
Thank you. We're going to go to the next public person, and then we'll gather all the questions and then answer those questions for you, Ben. Thank you. But you're right, in terms of the rates increasing, timing wasn't great, that's for sure. Okay, we'll be back to you, Ben. Betsy, do you have a comment?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Hi, Betsy Magus. I'm a member of your Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee, speaking for myself. I was also a member of the library board starting in 2008. And it's hard to say what the activity in the library or in any public space is going to look like once things reopen. But if the 2009 downturn was any indication, I think we should be cautious about cutting the library budget too much, just because people turn to libraries during downturns for job hunting resources, skill updates, and even just plain internet access. The public resources in general, I expect, are going to be in demand as individuals continue to be hard hit by this crisis. And we already see sidewalks and streets and parks full of people walking and getting out for exercise. I also hope we're planning to take the long view and looking at capital improvement cuts in general, in terms of deferment more than outright cancellation. And COVID-19 is a big change of plans for everybody, but it's not going to last forever. To Ben's point, since I have a couple extra seconds, if I recall correctly, part of the utility rate increases had to do with the general rejection of the split bins for the food scrap recycling program. So perhaps it might be wise to revisit that given the controversy. And finally, thank you all for your hard work and careful consideration on the budget stuff. I know these are some really tough decisions, and none of this was ever in the plan.
Thank you, Betsy, and we'll add that to our list of questions as well. Next, public member Suds Jane. Welcome.
So this was received via e-comment?
Oh, e-comment. Would you
Yes.
like to read the e-comment, please?
A lot of money has been committed to rehabilitating the Morse Mansion. I'm wondering if some of that can be deferred. Also, I'm wondering what the city is planning for future use of the Morse Mansion. I'm wondering if we can extend construction hours for our city projects, as well as for other real estate development in the city, so that work can proceed, but with fewer people on site at any given time, staggered shifts. End of comment.
Okay, very good, staggered shifts. Okay, extend construction hours and the Morse Mansion. Okay, city staff, I don't have any other public speakers, so we have a list of questions. Wonder we can get some of these answered. First was the Stadium Authority question regarding the stadium funding changing, and are we insulated? Is the city of Santa Clara insulated from the losses of the Stadium Authority?
So Ken Lee, Director of Finance, if I can,
Yes.
I'll address as many of those and then return with what I can answer. So the first question around the stadium, I do have a report later in the evening around COVID impacts related to the stadium. Primarily when we're looking at having no events at the stadium on a revenue side, there are several revenue line items that we would anticipate to be impacted. First and foremost are NFL ticket surcharges, both for the NFL side and the non-NFL side. Those revenues, SBL sales, to the extent residents or attendees of these events are no longer interested in purchasing an SBL or paying for an SBL because of the pandemic environment, that potentially would impact us. There are youth fees that are passed through from the stadium to the general fund that support youth programs. That's roughly $230,000 that would have a direct impact on from having no events. And so when you look in total, the impact of not having events, while we would expect some of the fixed income to come through, for example, the rent payment to cover the bulk of the fixed debt payments that we have, it would require some expenditure savings on the Stadium Authority side to mitigate for some of those lost revenues from a COVID impact with no events. Now, is it isolated from the general fund? Well, the general fund, I believe, was projected to receive $2.7 million a year in the form of performance rent. We know that last year and this year, that's not going to materialize. And part of my comment on the 10-year forecast was a reduction on the city side to that assumption based on the performance rent that we have not received over the last 2 years. So there is an impact to the general fund in terms of performance rent. There's also indirect impacts related to sales tax at the stadium for events, hotel tax to the extent attendees stay at a hotel, stay overnight for the event. So those dollars are less directly impacted. They're part of our broader consideration when we're looking at sales tax and TOT tax.
Before you go, Ken, before you go on,
Okay.
our city attorney wanted to make a comment about that as well.
Yeah,
the
I just
Stadium
want.
Authority.
Sure.
Yeah, while the economic impact to the general fund in terms of money flowing from the Stadium Authority, money flowing from the Stadium Authority to the general fund can be reduced. No general fund money can go towards Stadium Authority obligations. Measure J prohibits any general fund obligations to repay any obligations of the Stadium Authority.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, Ken, you can go on to our garbage and sewer.
Okay. So around our utility rates, as it was mentioned earlier, I mean, there are costs on the expense side that I know in the solid waste area that's reflective of the contracts that were approved by the city council. I don't have a dollar amount per se per month. I know that it's hundreds of thousands of dollars of utility rate revenue that's needed, and any deferment of the rate increase could happen by council policy or council adoption. But there is a significant impact to utilities to the extent that utility rates are delayed.
And I have the numbers. I want to acknowledge that there would be significant budget impacts if the rates are delayed. We are tracking that on the it would be $350,000 a month of a shortfall for solid waste, and $328,000 a month for water, sewer, and recycled water. The water numbers are still being developed based on what Valley Water ends with respect to their rate increase. But those are the sizable monthly shortfalls that we would experience without a rate increase.
That's on the city side, but on the resident side, what do we have the average rate, the average amount of the increase for the average household? What the increases are?
We can track that down.
Okay, thank you.
And then I believe there was a question around Morris Mansion, so I just wanted to make a comment around that. In the budget, there is $50,000 allocated for Morris Mansion repairs for 2021 and for 21-22. I believe this is, when we talk to the Public Works Department, this is a minimal amount to upkeep that facility for just to the bare bones. There's a much larger number around Morris Mansion that's needed to fully rehab and maintain that facility. So I did want to clarify that there are some dollars around Morris Mansion in the budget of $50,000 per year for 2 years.
Okay, the other questions were regarding extension of construction hours and so I don't know, maybe Director Crabtree, have any of the contractors or developers inquired about extending construction hours since they're limited to the number? I know construction is just starting up again, but since they're limited to the number of construction workers on site, has anyone inquired about that at all?
Well, we have had some questions about it. I can't say it's related to the shelter-in-place order or current situation, but we do occasionally get requests for extended hours. Oftentimes, the construction hours are embedded in the permit, so it may require amending a permit to make a change. It's not an easy thing to just sort of grant a blanket change to the construction hours. But we are currently working on one request, and sometimes they do come in.
Those of us at City Hall will know that I know construction starts at, I think, 7 a.m. in some cases, 7 or 7:30 a.m. And I know there's complaints from residents when construction starts even at that time. I can't imagine extending them any earlier or, maybe later, we'll see. But I think we should, look to the industry as to, their request, if that's something, certainly we could consider it. And then the last question was from Ms. Migas regarding library services and the importance of having the library available. And she referred back to the Great Recession, which is a little bit different because people were allowed to gather together. This is a little bit different than that. But do we have any idea as to how many people are actually using our e-library services now, and what is it going to look like going forward? Because I know the library, it's either in stage 3 or 4 of the governor's plan. So what does that look like?
Hi, Madam Mayor. This is Hillary Keith, City Librarian.
Hello.
And thank you for that question. Life post-COVID is going to be very different. So we are in the process of coming up with new plans to serve the community being safe, using social distancing. Our online and ebook resources have soared. So we, in our online story times, we've had over, 1,000 visitors for each story time. So it's very popular and it's catching on. It's not the same, but it's evolving, and we'll see where it takes us. But I think our community, Mrs. Megas is absolutely right, that in times of trouble, library services are even more valuable. So stay tuned.
Okay, thank you. And while we were talking, I have one other member of the public. Are they on the line, or is it, they're on the line? Okay, Albert, how can we help you? You can move ahead with your comments. Can you hear us, Albert? Albert? No, we can't. You're unmuted, Albert. We can see that. Albert? We're trying to get you. All right, well, this is a study session, so if Albert does happen to pop in later, we'll make sure and listen to his comments, because my understanding, we're not taking any action tonight. Is that correct, City Manager?
That's correct.
Okay, Council, is there any other closing comments anyone would like to make? Seeing none, thank you yes.
Madam Mayor, I think there was one more suggestion from Betsy regarding the utility for split bin review.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. The what?
She wanted that we should review the utility split bin implementation versus combining the garbage. Betsy mentioned that.
The split cart.
Yes, split cards, right.
Well, that would be, I don't know, City Manager, contracts signed? Yes, they're signed. Contracts are signed. City Attorney, can you please get into that?
Yep, both contracts are already signed for 15 years.
They're signed for 15 years. So, okay, that answers that question. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you, Ken, staff, city manager, everybody that was involved in that, in putting that together. It's brought up some very interesting conversation, and I know there's some follow-up from some of the council members' requests, but thank you. Thank you very much for that. All right, moving on now. We are moving on to an update on proposed changes to the city's transportation analysis methodology from level of service to vehicle miles traveled. We're going to have to get used to that, from the LOS to the VMT. Welcome.
Welcome, Ken. I just want to make sure everyone can hear me. For those at home, I am in the chamber as one of 9 staff members, including the mayor and the city attorney and city clerk. I'm thinking of taking off my mask in order to
you're at
make
least
sure that
15 feet from all of us.
And I'm at more than 6 feet from everybody. Yeah. So I did want to thank you. And introduce myself. My name is Mike Liu. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works, and it's my pleasure to be here today to provide an update on proposed changes to how we study transportation as it relates to the California Environmental Quality Act. With me today is Karen Mack to my left. She's our transportation consultant, and this is the second council study session on this topic. Let me go to the next slide. So during today's study session, we'd like to have these 3 goals, and I'd like to go over those with you. First, we'd like to present key policy considerations. We'd like to discuss VMT analysis, vehicle miles traveled, and the tools used to study VMT. And then last but not least, we would like to receive feedback and direction on some policy considerations tonight. Okay. So here's a quick agenda for today's study session. We'll quickly go over an overview of previous study sessions on this topic. We will, and the feedback we received as staff, we'd like to talk about some key VMT policy considerations. We'd like to highlight some VMT tools that are available to the city of Santa Clara as well as other jurisdictions in Santa Clara County. We have 2 project examples we'd like to walk you through. We do want to talk about level of service. This is a very important topic in terms of what we're proposing at this point. And then we'd like to also talk about VMT for transportation projects. These are road projects, and those need to be analyzed as well. And then lastly, we'll go through schedule and next steps and council feedback. So once again, this is our second study session on changes to the way we study transportation as a part of the city's environmental review process. The ultimate goal being that the city would adopt a new transportation policy to align with changes to state environmental law. So in November of last year, November 5th to be exact, we discussed the following. We went through CEQA, the city's general plan, and the city's climate action plan in relation to this change. We did talk a lot about Senate Bill 743. That's the new state law passed in 2013 that basically requires cities to improve greenhouse gases and multimodal networks and land use diversity through transportation. That Senate bill did set a deadline of July 1st, 2020, in that California cities can no longer use level of service, often referred to as a congestion analysis, to measure CEQA transportation impacts. So these are environmental impacts. The state did recommend that VMT is the preferred method, vehicle miles traveled. And vehicle miles traveled, in simple terms, is the average amount of one-way driving or average distance that a project generates. So we'll go into that in a little more detail as we go through the presentation, but I did want to highlight that at this point. We did talk about level of service in terms of what we do today as a city, and we gave a little bit more information on VMT. We talked through briefly on some future policy considerations we'll discuss tonight, and then we wrapped up with research we've done in terms of what other cities are doing, work with the Valley Transportation Authority. They've been very helpful. Our work plan, and then outreach that we've conducted so far, and what we're planning to do moving forward. So November 5th, as we mentioned, we had the council study session. We also had a planning commission study session roughly a month after. This was December 11th. And this is some of the feedback that we got. I won't go through all these items here, but some of the highlights are that the traffic condition is considered regional, and that there is a need for a countywide plan for all cities. There's interest in how VMT is calculated, and also a desire to maintain level of service analysis in addition to studying VMT. There was also interest in improving TDM programs, transportation demand management programs, as well as support for new multimodal efforts such as bike scooter share, expansion of the pedestrian network, as well as expansion of the bike network. So we have considered all this feedback we received in developing the recommendations proposed tonight. So technical guidance. So with this slide, I'd like to mention that staff's work is rooted in this technical advisory guidance provided by the state in December of 2018. So to help California jurisdictions with the transition to VMT, the state's Office of Planning and Research provided this document, and we have been using this as guidance in terms of how we would like to implement VMT in Santa Clara. So once again, this document does provide guidance and recommendations, and it acknowledges that the state is providing advice to agencies, and that agencies alone may make their choices in terms of how to create and implement VMT policies. So here we have a slide, and I'd like to pause here for a second. So these are 3 key VMT policy considerations that we'd like to discuss tonight. These are important because they will help shape how we analyze transportation and also how we focus on complying with state law and CEQA. So we'd like to discuss setting the baseline. This would be the VMT baseline. We'd like to discuss establishing CEQA thresholds for VMT. And then we'd like to discuss determining CEQA exemptions. So these would be projects where a VMT analysis would not be required. So setting the baseline. So in setting the baseline, the city is establishing the existing condition that will be the basis of comparison when a project is analyzed. The state has provided the cities with the discretion to decide if the existing VMT condition should be based on data at the citywide, countywide, or regional levels. And just for clarification, the countywide, it represents the 9 Bay Area counties. So I'd like to walk you through this chart because there's a lot of information here. So as you can see, VMT averages are provided for 2 types of land uses. That's on the far left column. We have household, which represents residential. We have employment, which represents jobs. So residential VMT is an average, and it's expressed as the total household vehicle miles traveled per capita. Employment is employment vehicle miles, traveled per employee. So as you can see, we have various numbers here. Santa Clara, our household VMT is roughly 9.39. Our employment VMT is 16.34. At the county level, it does grow to 13.33 for the household VMT and 16.64 for employment. And at the regional level, is very similar and varies as compared to the countywide VMT numbers. So as mentioned earlier, this represents the average amount of one-way driving for both types of land uses at the city, county, and regional levels. So cities do have the ability to determine their VMT baselines, and in evaluating how baseline information will affect Santa Clara, staff considered the available existing resources within our control that would facilitate VMT reduction and make us successful. Because there are various coordination efforts in place at the county level today, which include transportation funding, Measure B, there's congestion management that occurs at the county level, there's transit which is operated at the county level. Staff concluded that and wanted to recommend that the city adopt a countywide VMT baseline. That's highlighted in the graphic. You can see we've put a little blue box around that. So I'd like to move on to thresholds of significance. So this is a lot of CEQA terminology. And for those at home, this is what we do all the time. And so basically, once the baseline is adopted, cities have the next step to determine what the thresholds of significance should be. So this terminology represents the level above which a lead agency, or in our case, us at the city, will consider impacts to be significant. When impacts are significant, CEQA requires mitigation or for lead agencies to adopt findings to override impacts. So in the case of VMT, the state is recommending that jurisdictions adopt a threshold of 15% below baseline VMT. So in other words, when studied, a project's estimated VMT should be 15% below the baseline. This establishes the goals by which projects should be analyzed and mitigated against, and as you can see, by adopting a threshold below the current VMT for the city as a whole, we are looking to reduce vehicle miles traveled with projects. So with the 15% threshold, you can see, those are basically the numbers there. So our household VMT goal would be projects would be studied, and if their VMT was below 11.3 for households, then that would be a great thing, and similar with employment at 14.14. So once again, I think we mentioned this at the last study session. The VMT is a relatively new concept. So staff is recommending adhering to, in this case, the state's recommendations, but also setting conservative goals early on so that we can comply long term. Okay, so the next policy consideration tonight is CEQA exempted projects. So cities are allowed to exempt projects from further study. This typically takes the form of very small projects to small projects. And really, they're based on the presumption that these types of projects will have a less than significant impact, or in this case, can reduce VMT. So the state has studied and recommended the following CEQA transportation exemptions for land use projects. There are two categories here. There's type and location, and I'll walk you through those. So with type, we are looking at small infill projects, roughly 110 trips per day, and that equates to, for instance, a 10-unit residential. Local serving retail, 50,000 square foot or less. As you can see in the picture there's a Starbucks near the university. And the intention here is that the local serving retail provides opportunities for people to not have to drive to go to, to get services. So we do like those as cities. Affordable residential development. This is a very big priority of the state, and the state is, commenting that it may be appropriate for cities to look to provide CEQA exemptions for affordable residential, up to 100% of, if, for instance, a project is 100% affordable. Staff is still evaluating this component here, but we are looking to provide some type of exemption for affordable residential development, and we'll bring that back when we come back to council. And then last but not least is location. So transit supportive developments within a half mile of existing transit. With the next two slides, I'll explain that a little bit more, but basically it would be these types of projects that are within a half mile of existing transit. And let me show you that in this next slide here. But first, before I describe what transit supportive is, I did want to show you this map. So on the right is a graphic, and there's hatching, there's bubbles, and there's a lot of line work. So let me walk you through that, because for those at home, may be hard to read, but the basic thing is, you can see the graphic which shows a black outline of the city, right? The shape of Santa Clara. The tan areas and 10 areas that are hatched, as well as red lines. So the tan areas represent parts of the city that are within a half mile of either a transit stop or station or high quality transit. High quality transit is defined as transit with 15-minute headways or frequency during peak hours. About 2/3 of the city is within that hatched area. The red lines represent the transit itself. So while being within a half mile of transit is important, we also want projects to be designed and operated as transit supportive. These are developments that through design and operation inherently support and encourage transit as a viable transportation alternative. In the next slide, I'll go through what the requirements to be transit supportive are. So once again, we're within a half mile of an existing transit stop or high quality transit, projects proposed, and we're looking for these projects to meet these criteria. So if it's non-residential, we're looking at a floor area ratio, FAR no less than 0.75. For residential, a minimum 35 dwelling units per acre. We'd like the projects to promote multimodal transportation. We don't want excessive parking. We want transit-oriented design. We also want to ensure that the project does not replace existing affordable with market rate residential. So in this case, if a project is proposed that's within a half mile of transit as shown on that map, and it meets all these requirements, we are proposing that that be exempt from the VMT analysis. So that wraps up the 3 policy considerations tonight. I do want to keep going and speak to some of the VMT tools that are available to the city. You may have heard of these tools over time, and we have mentioned them in the last council meeting, but we have the travel demand model that's used, that we use often. We have VMT evaluation tools the VMT evaluation tool, and heat maps. So the travel demand model evaluates existing and future conditions to estimate future travel patterns. Information is provided by cities in terms of land uses and transportation and other information. And Santa Clara has used the VTA's travel demand model for large projects such as related Santa Clara, and we intend to do so for upcoming projects such as the Patrick Henry specific plan. This travel demand model is used for large regional projects as listed here. Additionally, as the VTA is the County Transit, Transportation Planning, and Congestion Agency, has been assisting cities with their transition to VMT through work groups, meetings, and most importantly, by providing us with mapping as well as what I like to highlight here is a VMT evaluation tool. This measures VMT for residential and office projects, and I will go into a little bit more detail of that in the next slide. And then last but not least, we have heat maps. So heat maps are maps that use colors to represent a lot of VMT levels in the city today. So let me jump right into VMT evaluation tools. So this VMT evaluation tool is very, very cool, and it's an Excel-based tool that calculates a project's VMT impacts and helps cities provide feasible VMT mitigation measures. So it's based on the travel demand model, and then you can see here applicants, the city, can go online at no cost to the VTA's website, enter in project location information, project descriptions, other project characteristics, and then what's outputted is information related to the project's VMT. It's a very handy tool, and it's something that we're very thankful that the VTA is providing this to all the cities in the county. So VMT heat maps. So I'm about to show you two maps that have a lot of colors, green, yellow, orange, and red. But first, I'd like to describe the purpose of these heat maps. So these heat maps, as mentioned earlier, they use color to display large amounts of data. I think you often see these heat maps relative to other city services. But in the case here, what we're trying to represent are VMT levels in the city today. The data used to generate VMT heat maps is based on travel demand model information, census data, California household surveys, and it reflects the staff's recommendation for a countywide baseline as well as a 15% threshold. So we have maps for two types of uses that we've been discussing so far, which are residential and employment. So these are the four colors, and you'll see this legend on the next map, but we have green, yellow, orange, and red. Green means that this part of the city currently meets the 15% threshold. Yellow means that it doesn't meet that threshold, but we feel like there are going to be minor mitigations to get to the threshold. Orange is where it gets more difficult, and then red is where it's very difficult to mitigate. Once again, this information is provided by the VTA, and here is our first map. So this is a residential VMT heat map based on the countywide residential average. So as if you've seen on the slide earlier, the baseline residential VMT for the county is 13.33. A 15% threshold represents 11.33. Once again, the green means that we meet the threshold, yellow, minor mitigations, etc. Okay, so we will be using these maps to help us. So the coloring on the screen on the presentation is a little bit darker than what I have here on the screen in front of me, but the colors are roughly the same. You can see the green is probably the majority of the city, with some yellow areas either on the east side as well as the north side, and then some pockets of orange and red. Okay, so this next map is employment VMT, and this one has a little bit more color here. But once again, the countywide employment average baseline is 16.64. For the county of Santa Clara, our threshold would be 14.14, and then green, once again, green means that it meets the threshold. Very handy information for the city as well as developers. They can look at this and determine where they stand in terms of trying to comply with the VMT policy. As you can see, they vary based on the type of use, the land use proposed. Okay, so with this next slide, I'd like to go through some of the VMT reduction strategies that you either may have heard of or and want to discuss those in a little bit more detail. So with VMT, you can reduce vehicle miles traveled for a project through several measures. So first and foremost is the project itself. Is it located in the correct area of town? Is the project have sufficient density, land use diversity? How is the project designed? Does it include affordable housing? Infrastructure, if projects have internal pedestrian bike networks, if they're accessible, if they improve multimodal networks, those are all VMT reduction strategies. Parking is often a big one. So you're looking at parking supply, often there's a discussion regarding unbundled parking, as well as bike parking. Then last but not least are other transportation demand management programs, such as transportation management associations. These are private organizations that help manage transportation for projects. Ride sharing is often used, telecommuting, and then as well as car sharing. So these are more popular, more common with non-residential projects. Residential projects have a more difficult time adhering to some of these concepts. But to be so that's VMT reduction strategies. So here I'd like to show my first project example. So this is a Santa Clara office, and there's a lot of information here, so let me walk you through it. We have a Santa Clara office, roughly 500,000 square feet. The VMT baseline for employment is 16.64. Our goal is that the project's VMT is going to be 14.14 or lower. So what you see on the right there is a bar chart. You have VMT on the y-axis or the vertical axis, and then on the bottom is basically different scenarios. Existing area VMT, the project's VMT without mitigation, and the project's VMT with mitigation. So in this particular example, we had an existing area VMT of 15.95. And then when we went to the project VMT with no mitigation, based on the type of project, it lowered the VMT ever so slightly to 15.89. And then this required us to use the evaluation tool in order to determine what types of mitigation we're going to need. And largely, a lot of this was related to transportation demand management programs, such as transit subsidies, ride sharing, parking, et cetera. So in this example, this is really just to kind of walk you through how an analysis is done. This is a graphical representation of what the VMT evaluation tool does for staff and for our development clients. So example number 2 is an El Camino Real mixed-use residential. So in this case, we only have two bars on the right, and I'll explain that. But what we have is a 10,000 square foot commercial project with 60 residential units. So unfortunately, this project, as defined in the example, is not transit supportive due to the density. It does not meet the 35 dwelling units per acre. So therefore, it's not exempt from VMT analysis, and you would need to perform that. However, the VMT, and as mentioned earlier, the baseline is 13.33 with a threshold of 11.33. You can see the baseline and the threshold, the 15% threshold on the right there on the top. But it's important to note that El Camino Real has a very low VMT to begin with, so 9.76. So when the project is proposed, even though it doesn't meet transit supportive requirements, it in and of itself does not require mitigation. And it's not uncommon for projects to be studied and mitigation not be required, but this is just an example of how varied the analysis is going to be once we move forward. So this next subject is something that we spoke a lot about at the last council meeting and at Planning Commission, and it's level of service. So level of service, for those at home and those that were not able to attend or participate in the last study session, is really how cities, for years and years and years, have studied transportation and basically managed the transportation network within cities. It's very important for vehicular travel, and it's a metric that's been studied and monitored and mitigated against over time. So a lot of information is produced, and it's it's monitored at the city level, the county level, and it's very handy for us in terms of for traffic engineers and the like. With this slide, what we're showing is that there are currently level of service is a CEQA requirement. It's an environmental requirement. So once again, it measures delay at intersections. When studied, it could be considered a potential environmental impact, requires mitigation, and often includes roadway widening or fixing an intersection, maybe adding another left turn pocket, et cetera. under the new state law, we can no longer use level of service as a CEQA transportation requirement. So that's, and once again, we've been talking about VMT for most of this presentation. But, the state does recognize that level of service is a very important metric that cities, are not willing to and probably should not give up easily. So what we're proposing here and what was discussed at the last meeting was the importance of maintaining level of service as something that the city studies, and we're proposing it as an operational requirement, a non-CEQA requirement. And what you can see to the right is really kind of what the change would be. But fundamentally, when projects are proposed, the analysis will be pretty much the same as what it's done today in terms of looking at congestion. And at this point, we take level of service out of the realm of environmental law, and we move it into really city policy decisions in terms of how do we address those deficiencies. So this next slide is really just to show you how intersection operation analysis, and that's bolded and italicized on the top left, will be a part of what is typically done in terms of an operational analysis. So once again, we will include level of service as part of that study. But that's also included with various other things that we look at, which are queuing, driver operations, new signals, et cetera, et cetera. And then lastly, I'd like to, in terms of the study parameters, I'd like to discuss analyzing transportation projects. So, as mentioned earlier at the beginning of the presentation, the state is concerned that, jurisdictions, transit agencies, transportation agencies are going to continue to improve transportation, and they should, but they want to make sure that these projects do not detract from the goals of VMT in terms of reducing single driving and long distances. So, when transportation projects are proposed, jurisdictions, whether it be the city, the county, even the state, are going to need to look at VMT and make sure that we do not induce vehicle travel with those projects, and then maybe even more importantly, that we not have impacts on multimodal transportation networks, as well as cut off properties and have impacts to diversity of land uses. So that wraps up my presentation. I did want to highlight the schedule. As I mentioned earlier, we are on our fast track to come back to council in June, but prior to that, we will continue to do community and developer outreach. We do have a web page that's been updated, and we're working with social media as well as a developer contact list to get information out there. We do have a planning commission meeting coming up on May 27th that we have currently scheduled, and this is really to hopefully get the Planning Commission's final words as well as their adoption or approval of our policy and recommendation to council. So with that, I'd like to say staff is available for question and answer, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. That was a wonderful and interesting presentation. I guess we've changed our level of service A through F with now colors, green, yellow, orange, and red. Yes, okay. There's so much in there. So we're going to rely on you to help navigate us through all of this as we switch over the type of analysis that we do on all of these projects. I'm going to start with our council questions. I have Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thank you, Mayor. Michael, I appreciate this. I want to make certain I'm really clear on a few things. I liked that you took our direction, that we like the idea of keeping level of service because we do have so much long-term data on that. What I wasn't really clear on, and I made a little note, is you talked about determining CEQA exemptions, and then you talked about the VMT exemptions. And I wasn't clear if those are the same thing or if they're different.
So thank you, Councilmember Hardy. If I can go back to some of the slides here, let me jump to the exemption slide. So these exemptions that we are highlighted in slide 10, titled CEQA exempted projects, these are VMT exempted projects. So I think what's important, and hopefully to tie back to your question regarding level of service, is that it is very possible that a project may be exempt from VMT analysis, but that we would still do a level of service analysis, because congestion is very important to us. Although reducing vehicle travel is, in terms of long distances, and is the overall goal. Level of service is also a very important and metric to maintain, as well as to operate against.
Michael, this is Andrew Crabtree. If I may add on, well, there are projects that may be exempt from a transportation standpoint, still require CEQA analysis for other potential environmental impacts.
Thank you. That's
Yes.
what I was catching, that the VMT is a subset of the CEQA requirements.
Correct.
Something may be exempt from VMT, and we would still do a level of service, but that doesn't mean there's no CEQA analysis. Am I correct?
So if, for instance, these exemptions are approved, and then to add on, or to basically reemphasize what Director Crabtree from Community Development was referring to, these exemptions refer to CEQA exemptions for the transportation portion of environmental review. So if it is exempt under these criteria, then there would be no further VMT study of the project, but there could potentially be a operational analysis, which would likely include level of service as a part of the project. So once again, VMT is the study of distances and making sure that certain types of land uses are placed in the right parts of the city, that they're next to transit, that they meet certain characteristics, and in the end, reduce vehicle travel as a whole, while level of service is really managing congestion. So improving, making sure that delay does not become more and more of a problem for drivers. Hopefully that answers your question.
I do appreciate the clarification, because they seem to, in your presentation, that was the only thing that wasn't clear to me, was separating those two.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mike, for the presentation. And I do have some comments and some questions. We took the 15% threshold from the county levels. Can the city increase those thresholds depending on the area we are trying to develop into? Like, if we can follow different, let's say we want to follow 20% threshold for a particular area which we think is congested. So can we do that?
So my understanding, and Karen Mack may be able to help me here, there are certain jurisdictions, like for instance LA, that does have different VMT percentage thresholds based on the type of area it is within the city. Obviously, Los Angeles is a pretty significantly larger jurisdiction than our city. At this point, we're not recommending doing anything other than a citywide approach towards VMT, but if the council really felt that that was important, we could certainly look into it. We would likely have to come back with very substantial evidence in terms of why the threshold should be larger in other parts of the city. But I just wanted to mention that it is possible it's being done in Los Angeles, but for reasons because of the massive size of that jurisdiction and the varied transportation systems there as well.
Okay, thank you. And my next question is, when you go to TDM measure, so can you take both VMT as well as level of service into account to put TDM measures for a particular development?
So I was having a hard time hearing you, but if I understood the question or the comment was, can a project be required to have measures related to VMT when all said and done, as well as with level of service? Assuming that is the correct question, or that was what you had stated, it is possible. Yeah, we may have projects that need to improve bike lanes or to reduce travel through travel and management, as well as potentially do improvements in the street. So once again, we're trying to maintain our current practice, which is we study congestion, and we mitigate against it, but at the same time recognizing that the state is insisting or requiring that we make the change, and then to focus on vehicle miles as a better way to look at transportation as an environmental impact. Hopefully that answered your question.
Mayor, if I may add on, I'd like to emphasize too that The CEQA analysis part of the project and mitigations related to environmental impacts are tied to VMT. And other improvements, operational improvements, Mike Lou referred to would be more by policy requirements, not strictly CEQA requirements.
Yeah, got it. So basically we have two tools to manage our traffic, basically, both VMT as well as level of service.
Correct, yes.
And thank you. And my next comment is like, our housing to job ratio is really bad. So I know you mentioned that we can have a different threshold levels. So we can have a different threshold levels for our housing projects versus our office complex projects, because we want to make sure that we are doing, and as such, our data for housing is much better than the data for the office complexes. We can use a different threshold levels for each category.
Okay, is that just a comment?
That's just a comment, right?
Okay. Oh, wait, I think that
Mike, would you like
Karen
to
has a comment?
I believe Karen Mack would like to add a few words.
Good afternoon, Karen Mack, transportation consultant. I just wanted to respond to that. The state does give cities the option of identifying higher thresholds. They're recommending 15%, but you can opt to select a higher threshold.
Thank you, Karen.
And if I could add one last piece, because I'd like to make sure we, you guys, that the council and that the audience understands. So, as I mentioned earlier, VMT is a new way of looking at transportation from an environmental perspective. We have a lot of information, as you saw in the heat maps and the models and whatnot, but it is new in terms of what these mitigations are going to end up resulting in the long term. So we are recommending as staff that the council consider the state's recommended, which is 15%, because the state has told jurisdictions that that's achievable. You can certainly go higher than that, but you also don't want to set a threshold so high that you cannot comply. There are land uses that are very important to the city in terms of the general plan and the city's long-term growth, and we want to make sure that VMT, which is a new way of looking at transportation, can be adhered to long-term.
Thank you, and we don't want to make change just for the sake of making change. I mean, there has to be a reason for it and a, analysis for that, just not, throw out different things, so. Okay, thank you. I do have, is this Albert Ah? Is he back with an email comment? Was that on the previous item or is it on this item? City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk?
I think it's on this item. He doesn't say, but it relates to AT&T and Comcast.
No, it won't be this item then. We'll save that till afterwards, if not public presentations. But we have Betsy Migas from the public. Betsy, can you hear us?
Hi. Yes.
Go ahead,
Can you hear
Betsy.
me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good evening. Again, I'm a member of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee and speaking for myself. The agenda packet says that there's no fiscal impact, and as far as analysis and staff time is concerned, that may be true. But accommodating cars really costs a lot. Parking garages, underground parking can cost $55,000 per stall to build, and those costs get passed along to tenants and retail customers, along with costs of maintenance. I'm sure I don't need to tell you all how much paving and maintaining city streets costs. Cleaning up after collisions costs a lot, and collisions and traffic stress discourage walking and bicycling. As we've all learned during shelter in place, our air is cleaner and our streets are a lot quieter and safer with fewer cars on the road. The costs of car ownership to individuals are tremendous. AAA estimates that each car costs about $10,000 per person per year, which is money that most people I know could put to better use as we enter the next economic recovery. And as many are discovering during the shelter in place, long car commutes are also a tremendous waste of people's time. And of course, the costs to our environment are tremendous. Transportation, especially individual driving, is the greatest single contributor to our greenhouse gases locally. Electric cars rearrange some of that emission, but they don't really fix congestion or safety. So I hope we will opt to exceed the VMT reduction thresholds from the state. And I would point out also that reducing VMT reduces congestion and delay also if we do it right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Betsy. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak? This is still a study session, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Any other council comments? None? All right.
Thank you.
Do you have any final comments you'd like to make,
No,
Michael?
I just wanted to,
Okay.
if I can go back to the last slide here and just to
Sure.
reemphasize the schedule. We are looking to come back to council, with information and to address some of the comments we heard tonight. What's important to staff is to get direction in terms of baseline, as we mentioned, the threshold, as well as exemptions. Those are three key pieces that help us craft a policy. As you saw earlier, those maps that you referred to, those are based on those decisions. So
Okay.
We were looking to bring that back in that form come June 23rd.
You'll see us again June 23rd.
Correct.
And the Planning Commission, but will that be the second time you bring it to the Planning Commission?
That would be, the Planning Commission's had 2 study sessions, and this is bringing the final policy to the Planning Commission for their
That'll be their
consideration.
final,
Correct.
for their final recommendation.
Yes. Right.
Okay, before you go, I see Vice Mayor Hardy, you have a comment?
Just one thought, if staff is looking for direction, I like that you are going with a more conservative approach, because this is the beginning of using this measure of traffic, and I think we need to be careful. We want to make certain we hit our marks to begin with, and then we can look at maybe being more aggressive down the road. But I like staff's approach. Thank you.
Right, good thoughts. Okay. All right, thank you so much.
Great,
We
thank you.
appreciate it, and thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Okay, council, we have been going for close to 6 hours, so I'm going to ask if we could take a 5-minute break. And also, I want to remind the council that we're almost close to 6 hours and we haven't even hit the consent calendar yet. So I'm going to remind everyone, including myself, to keep our comments succinct, our questions succinct, so we can get through the rest of this meeting, because we do have a lot of items. So if you want to think about that. Thank you, and we'll see you in the next 5 to 7 minutes. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Council members, welcome back. Thank you for the break. We're going to move on now to the consent calendar. All items of the consent calendar are approved with one motion unless a member of the council or a member of the public pulls an item. So are there any council members that would like to pull a consent calendar item?
Oh, yeah.
I was going to say, seeing none, do we have council members that want to pull items?
Mayor, this is Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
I would like to pull 4B like boy and also 4M like Mary.
Okay. Anyone else? I think we had a member of the public, city clerk, that one or two members of the public that wanted to make comments about the items. Could you tell?
Kirk Vartan wanted to pull item 4F.
Kirk Vartan, 4F.
And another member, Jan Hintermeister,
Hintermeister
wanted to pull item 4I.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else? If not, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
Motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
Second.
Second.
Okay.
Motion second. Okay. Let's go to the, okay, motion second, roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Okay. Vice Mayor Hardy?
Yeah.
Vice Chair Hardy?
I said yes. I'm sorry you didn't hear.
Thank you. Councilmember Board Member O'Neill?
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Chahal?
Yes.
And Mayor and Chair Gilmore?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously, thank you. Moving on to the public presentations. Do we have any public presentations? I know we had one e-comment from the gentleman earlier that we were not able to, connect. So maybe Assistant City Clerk, would you like to read his e-comment?
Sure. This comment came from Albert. As more and more residents are working from home, the need for high bandwidth internet is increasing. In speaking with other residents, it is becoming more clear that the service offerings of the two main providers, AT&T and Comcast, which have seen degradation of performance since shelter-in-place order began, has been insufficient to fulfill the new bandwidth needs. Are there any considerations for the city to extend the fiber ring capabilities or even somehow bring in more ISPs wireless to help fill the demand for higher speeds and greater reliability? Thanks.
Thank you. City Manager, do we have Gaurav on the phone or anyone that might want to comment on this?
Manuel,
Manuel?
during fiber.
Thank you, members, Mayor, members of the council. This is Manuel Pineda, Chief Electric Utility Officer. With regards to the question of expanding the city's fiber network, there's no plan right now to extend the fiber network. The fiber network is used by companies, and we do provide that service. Any proposition to expand it would require a long-term project planning effort and policy direction. It's not anything that could be done in the near term. It's not a project to expand fiber network beyond some of the projects that were already currently underway to serve some of the larger businesses.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any other public presentations? City Clerk, do you see any online? Okay. That brings us back to consent items pulled for discussion, and we're going to start with item 4B. Action on an ordinance amending the compensation for the city clerk as set by the Salary Setting Commission. Councilmember Watanabe, you pulled this item.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I pulled the item. I understand that the Salary Setting Commission has, that is, their task is to set the salary for elected electeds, and I understand that they decided to, after a series of meetings, to reduce the salary of the city clerk from 2,000 to 1,500, which is what I guess what our consent calendar item is tonight, is to approve that. And I had requested, information as to why they decided to do this. And based on the information, I appreciate the information that the city clerk, that the city manager shared to answer my question, along with the other council members, making them aware of my request. I have a question. Based on the information of the other city clerks in 3 other cities that were provided, are they full-time or are they part-time city clerks?
Good evening. This is Araceli Azevedo, Director of Human Resources. They are part-time.
Okay. Okay, yeah, because I see they received some benefits, and which our city clerk does not, and not based on. I mean, the salaries were actually quite comparable, but now our city clerk will actually not be the most. He'll be, I guess, the third, the third highest paid clerk based on these numbers that were shared. So anyway, I was just curious to know, what some of the reasons might have been, to reduce the salary, and why it was deemed necessary. But I understand it's up to the that's one of the job. That's part of the job that the Salary Setting Commission takes on. So. But I just had some questions as to, like compared to other cities, where did ours fall? So anyway, with that, I'm happy to just make a motion to approve the item, and I guess adoption of the ordinance reducing the city clerk's salary from $2,000 to $1,500 a month.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I just wanted to make a comment because I asked the city attorney about this today. The city clerk and the police chief are the Salary Setting Commission. Makes recommendations to the council, but it's the council that has the ultimate authority over the clerk and the city, the police chief. Is that correct, city attorney? But the other is prescribed by the city charter. That's for the mayor and city council.
The city charter prescribes the method for setting the salaries of the mayor and the city council. As you recall, there was quite a bit of discussion about the police chief and how this police chief's salary should be set. Both the police chief and the city clerk are elected positions, but there's nothing in the charter about how to set their salaries. So council decided to pass an ordinance that said that an additional duty of the Salary Setting Commission would be to set the police chief and the city clerk's salary. So that's why the council is receiving back this information, which they delegated by ordinance to the Salary Setting Commission.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make the distinction between what was in the charter and what was done by ordinance. And the clerk and the police chief are by ordinance. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on this. Any other discussion? I'm trying to find the item
May I ask
here.
who the second was, please?
The second, who was the second?
That was Vice Mayor Hardy.
Vice Mayor Hardy was the second.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any member of the public? Okay, Assistant City Clerk, roll call?
Okay. Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member O'Neill?
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Chahal?
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore?
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. The next item pulled for discussion is item 4F, and that is adopt a resolution approving the California Statewide Community Development Authority issuance of tax-exempt bonds related to the financing of the 165 affordable housing units at 1834 Worthington Circle, Santa Clara. And do we have an online Zoom comment from Kurt Vartan, or is it an e-comment, City Clerk?
He submitted an email, and I'm trying to get it over here.
Oh, here it is, I found it. So if you like, I can read the questions. Questions, since this is public money for the affordable housing building, how is the long-term public benefit being reflected in the designs? That was the first one. Second one is, how is a futureless, less car-centric community being built into this building? With only one entrance, all public spaces and driveways will defer to cars. Follow-up, by having a secondary entrance that connects to Worthington Circle, already in place with the townhomes, it could support future less car-centric access, as well as public gatherings and events in front of the building, something impossible with the current one driveway access. It is a minor change and will have a huge payoff in the future. It's a 55-year building. To think the one front driveway is the only solution for the future is not the best public interest. How can this be updated so public funds provide the best possible outcome? And with an extra 10 to 20 million possible, the extra thousands are for unused secondary entrance is a rounding error in this publicly funded building. Thank you for your consideration, Kurt. So I know some of these things are dealing with the design of the project, and this is City Attorney.
I just wanted to remind the council that this is simply a financing action. It's a public hearing for TEFRA.
So, okay.
So we're not really getting into any kind of design issues here. It's just simply, the action that the council is taking has nothing to do with the questions being asked. I mean, it's fine if you want to ask somebody to answer the questions. It's just that council shouldn't think that that the decision they're making tonight has anything to do with the design.
The design. Maybe the first question, since this is public money for the affordable housing building, how is the long-term public benefit being reflected in the designs? I guess even that might be a little difficult to answer. I don't know if, is there anyone out there in city staff land?
This is Andrew Crabtree.
Thank you, Andrew.
So as just mentioned by the city attorney, the item before you tonight relates to the financing of the project. The design action that was taken in January of 2019, so a little over a year ago. And at that point, question about the public financing. There was extensive discussion about the design. As the city council will recall, the city really extended the design review process here to engage with the Project for Public Spaces and go through, community workshop process and really look very carefully at the design for that. That was well addressed by the city council in January of last year. The project received its architectural review approval in August of last year. So they completed the city's discretionary land use entitlements at that point. Just as an update, the project, we did receive a building permit application in December, and city has conducted preliminary review of that, it's in the building permit review process now. So the design work is well advanced at this point. Regarding the reference to public money, really the action here tonight, a procedural step the city has to take to allow them to pursue tax increment, tax exempt financing. And it's really, sort of amounts to a loan that the project developer is taking on. It's not an additional amount of new city financing beyond what was already negotiated. So we're really past the point in the process as well where the city is negotiating what sort of contribution the city would make into the project. And we're just going through the process to complete the project. Our understanding is that we're really up against a deadline that the council needs to take this action now forward. And we continue to support it. It's an affordable housing project that we think really would provide significant benefit to the community. And so,
okay.
Go forward with the request.
Okay, thank you for that. City Attorney, it says this is a public hearing. Do we have to close the public hearing?
I think you should close the public hearing first.
Okay, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close public hearing.
Is there a second?
Whichever one you took, I'll second it if you took Debbie's.
Okay, either Councilmember Davis or Vice Mayor Hardy, either way. Is there any other comments on this? Hold on a second. Vice Mayor Hardy, did you have a comment on this?
Oh, I wanted to make a motion to approve it. So.
Okay. So there's motion second, no other comments?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Vice Mayor Hardy?
Yeah.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Watanabe.
Kathy?
What happened to me? I'm here. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Okay.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Okay, that passes unanimously. All right, moving on, we're going now to 4I.
That was to
Yeah,
close the
sorry,
public
that
hearing.
was to, oh my gosh, that was to just close the public hearing. Is there a motion for staff recommendation?
So moved.
And adopt the resolution?
Absolutely. Second.
Motion second. Any other discussion on that? City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk?
Could you repeat who was I didn't hear the maker of the motion?
Davis.
Thank you.
And then Hardy.
Perfect. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously. Now, we can move on to 4I. And that is action to approve a new classification and modifications to an unclassified class specification and adopt a resolution approving and adopting updated salary plans for unclassified positions. And we had a member of the public, library board member, I think Jan Hintermeister. Is he on the line or did he send an e-comment or a comment?
I was told he's on the line.
Oh, Jan, you're here. Can you hear us? Jan Hintermeister?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So in my comment, I just stated that, as you know, I'm a member of the Board of Library Trustees, speaking on my own behalf, not on behalf of the board. My comment is with respect to the city librarian class specification, specifically the minimum qualifications. When I reviewed that document, I was a little surprised that we don't require an advanced degree in library science or the equivalent for our city librarian. I'm a little bit, lacking in some information because I don't really know what the standards are. I wasn't around when we last hired a new city librarian to know whether this has been changed or whether it's always been this way. But I would think with kind of a premier library system that we have, we would be able to, be in the market for somebody who both has those technical qualifications of advanced degree in library science and also has the managerial skill and experience to manage a quality system like we have. Unfortunately, our board wasn't able to review these qualifications. There was a meeting that we had, a special meeting on the 9th of March to take some free-form input. But unfortunately, our board hasn't had a chance to review this set of qualifications for the city librarian.
Okay, I see on here desirable qualifications, a graduate degree in library information sciences from American Library Association accredited library school is desirable. But I think someone from our city staff needs to address that.
Good evening, Araceli Azevedo, Director of Human Resources. With the proposed change, it would be desirable. It also would include 5 years of professional library experience or the equivalent, in which 4 years as an assistant director or the division manager of a major program would be required. So we did survey several agencies, which include San Jose, Palo Alto, Sunnyvale, Fremont, Mountain View, and County of Clara. Some of these agencies require a combination of equivalent training, education, and experience. So the education piece could be substituted based on experience. So given our findings of the survey, as well as discussions with our executive recruiter that we were utilizing for the city librarian recruitment, it's being recommended that we make the master's degree a desirable qualification instead of a minimum qualification to increase the pool of candidates for the position.
Thanks for the explanation. I really would have loved our board to have a chance to discuss that. I would have loved to hear what the other members of the library board thought about this particular topic. So.
Are there any, I don't know when our library board's going to meet again, but is there time to send this back to the library board for input?
Yes, that would be fine to get the input, consider it, and bring it back. However, I just want to reiterate that based on what other agencies are doing, our recommendation is comparable.
Well, if we have time, I would like to at least get at least that part of it. We can move ahead with the other part of it. Yes, I see the city attorney looking at me in a different way. Yes. Yes.
I would like to I would like to get back to the council on whether this would delay the schedule. I know that we had a plus schedule to begin with. We have modified it based on COVID. And so I do want to check the schedule. I also want to share that I feel some concern about bringing a job classification and the requirements to a board or a commission that this is really beyond perhaps the authority. We are coordinating with on the recruitment as well as the selection of the city librarian. And I want to be mindful about setting precedent of perhaps other types of inquiries coming in of that nature. And I want to check the schedule, as well as I do think, Santa Clara's library is highly reputable. I think it's going to be a great recruitment. I would certainly can say that I don't feel there has been problems with recruiting and acquiring talent for this organization. And I think that the desirable qualification is sufficiently addressed. I am concerned about the issue of setting precedent, and we do have our responsibilities. We've talked already about how we're going to coordinate, and I think we should just hold it there. There is some precedent-setting concerns that I do have as a concern.
I was just hoping that our library commission would then be able to give some input on who would, they would like to see as our next city librarian, because it's a, important job, and they spend a lot of time and make recommendations to the city council on library issues. So I wanted to get their input. It doesn't mean that they, tear apart the job class specification or classification. It's just getting their input on it is more what I was looking at.
I think we've done beyond that, and we've committed to doing more going forward. And that was made very clear in our meeting that we had. However, the act of taking a job specification to a commission for inputting that I think is a governance issue that the governance committee or the city council needs to be thoughtful of in terms of setting precedent going forward. It's not a criticism of the commission. It's just largely a governance issue that I want to express concern about starting that practice.
Okay, I just thought we need to engage our commissions in a way that is meaningful, and this is one of those ways, and not to be involved in hiring or anything like that. I was looking more at a larger, higher level, as opposed to getting down to the granular specifics of a hiring bid. So, other council members? Councilmember Vice Mayor Hardy. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yeah. My concern is as Jan Hintermeister said, he's speaking as a public member, but yet he wants something for the board, so I'm a little concerned about that. Also, I happen to know, since my mother was a librarian, that library education has changed dramatically, and it was dropped from many universities not long ago, or changed over a lot. And so I like that they put in there both education or experience, and that they've taken a really good approach. And I would say we don't have, say, HLC, we don't have them giving, or Planning Commission giving comments on someone being hired in the planning department. So I'm a little worried about that, because right now, Mr. Hintermeister was able to make his comments and do that as an individual, and we recognize that. And I think that is what is appropriate, rather than taking it back. I have the same governance concerns that the city manager has. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to that in terms of governance, that there is a requirement that we have been following. There is a requirement in the city charter with respect to the commission and its role in the placement of a city librarian. And we have met with them, and we solicited their input on key questions to develop the professional recruitment tool that will go out to solicit candidates. And so we are anchored to the charter in terms of the commission's involvement, and we have welcomed their input and will continue to welcome their input. I just wanted to mention that we have already involved them and plan to involve them more.
Okay, I wasn't sure about that since they haven't been meeting, like what kind of involvement they've had. All right, Councilmember Davis and then Councilmember O'Neill, and then we'll move on.
Thank you, Mayor. I was reading Western Magazine, and the job application or recruitment is already done for our city librarian because I already read it. So that's already out there. So I'm wondering, the concern here is the delay. I mean, how can you put a job recruitment out and now you're going to change what the job description is? So can somebody elaborate on that a little bit?
So we haven't publicized the recruitment. We actually put it on pause given the whole COVID-19 pandemic. We have not done any advertisement for the city librarian position. We got everything ready, but given the COVID-19 pandemic, we decided to put it on hold at the recommendation of the executive recruiting firm that's utilizing.
Well, it's out there in Western Magazine. I saw the ad. So somebody put it out there.
I'm a little surprised to hear that because that's we told the executive recruiting firm to hold it. So we'll have to look at that and find out what happened.
Okay.
Thank you for advising us.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Okay, I have Councilmember O'Neill, Watanabe, and Chahal, and then we need to move on this because we need to, yeah. Okay, Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep this very brief. I'm supportive of the change because it doesn't mean that you don't have a librarian with an advanced degree in library science, but these days, lots of various skill sets, you look at our library, it's not like your grandfather's library or whatever. So I think giving some latitude and looking for skill sets and background, it could be somebody who has a master's in management or a master's in communication or something, that might be a great skill to add to being an effective city librarian in considering how libraries function in our community today.
Thank you. Is that a motion, Councilmember O'Neill?
Yes, I'll move that we approve the amendments to the librarian job description.
And the city attorney and the rest of the item? The two classifications, the two creation?
Okay, I'll include the executive assistant to the city attorney as well.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe and then Chahal.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to share that I was part of the committee that interviewed the candidates when we were looking to hire somebody to replace before Hillary came on board as the city librarian, and all I can say is that there were such qualified candidates. There were people that came from across the country that interviewed for the position just because, as the city manager said, our library carries such a reputation that people just want to be a part of it. So I have no qualms about the candidates that this position is going to draw, and based on the committee that's put together to interview those candidates, they will know the right questions to ask to make sure we get the right city librarian. So I'm supportive of the motion as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree with your comments, Mayor, that it can go back to the trustees, because I'm not looking only from the qualification point of view, because trustees are looking at the day in, day out of the library whole process, and they might be looking at what are the typical duties mentioned, and they want to add something to that. So it's always a good idea to use our commission, if we can, as an advisory, and it's purely advisory. It's not binding on council anyway. So I agree to that opinion that if it goes back and if you have a time to take their opinion, take their comments, that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, I just pulled up the Board of Library Trustees, the city charter, their powers and duties, and one of them is to approve or disapprove the appointment of a librarian who shall be the department head. That's an interesting role that they have. Everyone's looking at me.
So basically, they have much more power.
Approve or disapprove of the appointment of the library head, and that's in our charter. So, Mr. Hintermeister, I think you may keep that in mind. That's part of the Library Board of Trustees, powers and duties. Okay, so I know we don't want to set precedent, but we have a motion and a second, and it looks like the appointment would come to the Board of Trustees anyway. All right, that settles everything. We probably could have done that if we knew that in the first place. Motion second, no other comments. City Clerk?
Okay. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yeah.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Our next item is item 4M, and that is action on an agreement for services with Vicky Vanderberg, Inc., DBA Power Systems Operations, for software license update and maintenance of the Validate, Estimate, Reconcile, Allocate settlements software and provision of cloud hosting, and that was pulled by Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Hopefully, I can keep this simple. I pulled the item just because, based on the reading I did on the item, I couldn't see where like an RFP was done or how this all came about. So I did submit a question asking if indeed an RFP was ever done regarding this agreement being entered into. So just based on the staff response that I received back, which I appreciate, it was clarified that this is a relicense and not new software, and that the Vera software was developed as a joint project between NCPA and Silicon Valley Power, and that both organizations had just negotiated a meter subsystem agreement with CAISO, and that there was no software available in the open market to address the unique settlement requirements and equations of the MSS agreement, and that NCPA and SVP jointly worked to develop a software solution that met our needs. And this is the software that we continue to use and evolve as CAISO settlements evolve. So it is unlikely that there are any competitive software options given the very limited number of customers with similar needs. So Silicon Valley Power is working with NCPA to create other ways of streamlining the CAISO settlement process. So it sounds like we have a very unique, Silicon Valley Power we know is very unique, and so they needed to work with somebody that would be able to provide the service. So, and it's just software. So I appreciate the response, and I'm happy to move with staff recommendation on the agreement as recommended.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any other comments or any public members? All right, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Okay, moving on, we have public hearing general business. The first is opportunity for public comment on the final version of the 2020 to 2025 Consolidated Action Plan for the final version of the 2020 to 2021 Annual Action Plan for U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Funds, CDBG, and Home Funds. So we're going to declare the public hearing open. Staff?
Jonathan?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. This is Jonathan Veach, Housing Division Manager. I'm here with Eric Calleja, our Federal Grants Manager, and we're presenting our 5-year consolidated plan and our action plan for the use of federal CDBG and home funds. Slide 2, please. About a month ago, we presented our draft consolidated plan and our draft annual action plan for council review. So tonight we'll review some of what was discussed back in March and then focus on some of the changes and updates from our last meeting. Tonight's recommended actions will be to note and file public comment on both plans and to approve both final plans, direct staff to incorporate public comments into the final versions, and to submit the plans to HUD by our May 15th deadline. Slide 3, please. So this slide provides a summary of the key dates related to our comp plan and action plan submission. Community engagement on the comp plan started back in October of last year through surveys and numerous stakeholder meetings. Tonight's meeting is the last public hearing before submitting the final plans to HUD by the May 15th, 2020 deadline, and then we would anticipate coming back to council sometime in the fall to report on our annual performance. Slide 4, please. A brief overview of our consolidated plan. City was part of a collaborative effort with the County of Santa Clara and seven other cities to create a regional comp plan. The county took the lead on the initiative and entered into a contract with Michael Baker International, who was the lead consultant that guided much of the community engagement and data collection. The main purpose of the comp plan is to provide a framework to identify high-level community development goals that can be addressed through our annual action plans. The comp plan goals tend to be broad and general in order to provide flexibility in programming the annual action plans, and our high-level goals have remained unchanged from the previous comp plan cycle. These include affordable housing, public services, homelessness, public facilities, and fair housing. Slide 5, please. A summary of community engagement efforts related to the comp plan include regional community engagement meetings held at 3 different locations across the county, 2 city-hosted community meetings, stakeholder focus groups, pop-up events at the Art and Wine Festival and Santa Clara Farmers Market, an online survey where we had around 100 respondents, and 2 public hearings, including tonight's meeting. Slide 6, please. So now focusing on our annual action plan for fiscal year 2021. As mentioned earlier, the action plan provides a summary of the actions, activities, and specific resources that will be used each year to address our comp plan goals. Our 2021 estimated resources include roughly $1.8 million of home funds and $1.8 million of CDBG funds, and will supplement those with approximately $600,000 of local funds. These resources are a combination of new entitlement funding, estimated program income for the coming year, and also prior year's funding that's being rolled over into the new action plan year. From our March meeting, both our estimated home and CDBG resources increased by approximately $200,000 each, and that was due to additional program income received from loan payoffs over the past 2 months. So I apologize, I don't have a slide for this item, but I thought at this point it would be a good opportunity to briefly discuss some of our current homeless programs based on a question we received earlier. So for reference, the point-in-time homeless census identified a total of 326 persons experiencing homelessness in the city of Santa Clara in 2019. We don't yet have an estimate of how much that number has increased due to COVID, but we are obviously expecting an increase in homelessness. Primarily, the city has been focused on expanding its long-term supply of permanent supportive housing to address homelessness. In total, the city has over 1,000 units of affordable housing in its new construction pipeline, and nearly 25% of those units are set aside for supportive housing to address the needs of our most vulnerable residents. This amount of units, around 250, is second in the county, only behind San Jose. And we're obviously constantly looking for opportunities to expand our pipeline whenever possible. In terms of short-term programs, the city partners with the county to provide case management on an ongoing basis for up to 20 chronically homeless individuals that are referred by our city's police department. We also partner with the county's homeless prevention program to provide emergency assistance such as rent, security deposits, and food assistance to prevent homelessness. And that program is administered by the Salvation Army. Both of those programs will come back to council for renewal in June, and we'll look for opportunities to expand those programs as well. Later in the presentation, you'll hear about 2 of our federal programs that serve the homeless. The city's tenant-based rental assistance program provides rent assistance up to 24 months with case management services to support families that are at risk of homelessness. And we'll also be proposing our short-term emergency rental assistance program as part of tonight's presentation. Also in attachment A, you'll see a list of public service agencies that we fund with our CDBG monies, and many of those also provide services to support the homeless. Finally, at the county level, the Office of Supportive Housing has been focused on identifying sites to house the homeless throughout the crisis. In March, the Office of Supportive Housing stated that the county had more than 2,000 available shelter beds. However, social distancing measures decreased that number by about 300. As of late April, the county increased its capacity by 600 shelter beds, a net gain of 300, and that capacity has seemed to be adequate to date. The county also located an additional 500 hotel rooms through the Governor's Project Room Key initiative, with sites secured in San Jose, Santa Clara, and Gilroy to shelter and isolate homeless individuals. In Santa Clara, the county secured beds at 2 hotel sites, the Western Motel and Hotel E Real, both on El Camino, to shelter clients in emergency situations. However, I don't think any of those beds have been needed to date. So getting back to the presentation, slide 7, please. As I mentioned, almost all of our federal HUD spending is dedicated to affordable housing concentrated in 2 programs: our tenant-based rental assistance program, also known as TBRA, and our neighborhood conservation improvement program, also known as NCIP. These were 2 of our main programs during the prior comp plan cycle, and so considering the comp plan goals haven't changed, we'll continue to administer these programs through the next comp plan cycle. In summary, our TBRA program provides rental assistance subsidies for up to 12 months to assist homeless families and families at risk of becoming homeless. These rental assistance subsidies ensure that tenants pay no more than 30% of their household income, and our local funds supplement the rental assistance program with case management and housing services through our third-party administrator, Abode Services. Slide 8, please. For those not familiar with our Neighborhood Conservation Improvement Program, NCIP is our single-family rehab program. Since 1976, we've helped rehab over 1,500 single-family homes in Santa Clara. Our rehab scopes tend to focus on health and safety issues, helping homeowners meet building code requirements, and very often are addressing accessibility improvements for seniors. The program's mission is to help improve the safety and beauty of our neighborhoods through low-interest capital loans with deferred principal and deferred interest payments of up to 20 years for low-income qualified homeowners. Slide 9, please. If you recall at our March meeting, we discussed the possibility that Santa Clara may receive additional CDBG funds as part of the $2 trillion congressional stimulus package passed by the federal government. Of these funds, an estimated $5 billion of CDBG funds will be directed to cities and states. So based on the information we receive from HUD and our local partners to date, we're estimating that Santa Clara will receive approximately $1.5 million of additional CDBG funds in 2021. What's exciting about the new money is that the bill also waives certain restrictions on the use of CDBG funds that allows the city to program these funds for emergency rental assistance. Slide 10, please. So the estimated $1.5 million CDBG funds will come in 2 tranches. The first tranche, approximately $600,000, has already been approved by HUD, and that amount's been confirmed. We're using a similar methodology, and we can assume that the second tranche will be around $888,000. Staff is recommending that all $1.5 million go toward an emergency rental assistance program. After our eviction moratorium ends, we know that a lot of households will have significant rent arrears, and so ultimately we'll need a rent assistance program to help families avoid homelessness. Additionally, these funds will be going to landlords to pay for rent arrears, so this program also acts as a landlord assistance program. Slide 11, please. Although $1.5 million is a big number, we still expect demand for the program to exceed available funding based on what we've seen at the county level. Destination Home recently launched an $11 million rent assistance program and had to close the program within 2 days after receiving nearly 10,000 applications. Staff is estimating we'll be able to assist approximately 200 to 300 households with this money, but we'll still likely receive over 1,000 applications. We're currently working closely with our IT department to design an application and intake process that will help us organize all of this information and sort through application verification in a timely manner. Staff is working with Bill Wilson Center as the proposed administrator of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, and we're planning to bring the Bill Wilson Agreement to Council on June 9th. We would then have the application window open during the second half of June, with financial assistance being available to households during the month of July. Slide 12, please. And finally, another significant change from our last meeting is that HUD has waived several home requirements to help grantees address COVID, including the ability to use Community Housing Development Organization funds, or CHODO funds, from 2017 to 2020 to support tenant-based rental assistance activities. So this works well for the city as we already have a TBRA program in place. So we can invest all of the $220,000 of CHODO funds to expand our TBRA program, which assists families at risk of homelessness. These CHODO funds have been a challenge to spend over the past comp plan cycle, and this waiver allows the city to finally get those funds back out into the community and avoid the risk of funds being recaptured by HUD. Slide 13. Staff's recommendation is to note and file public comments and to approve both final plans and to submit the plans to HUD by our May 15th deadline. That concludes our presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you very much for that, Jonathan, and Eric as well. I'm going to go to Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Jonathan, outstanding job once again, taking care of the most vulnerable people. And when the time comes, I would like to make staff recommendation to move you on for May 15th.
Was that a motion?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so I will second that.
So we have a motion and a second, and I have.
First, we have to close the public hearing.
That would be to close the public hearing, but I want to hear from the public first, so we'll hold that, Councilmember Davis, for a minute. First, we have an e-comment from Pilar Furlong, Assistant City Clerk. Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
If you'd like to read that, please.
The comment states, I applaud the city's proposal to use CDBG funds from the CARES Act to start an emergency rental assistance program for city residents. Once the eviction moratorium is lifted, many families are going to have difficulty paying their rental arrears when they are still struggling to recover from a work furlough or layoff. Too many live paycheck to paycheck, excuse me. If we can prevent homelessness from occurring, it will be much easier to recover from the COVID-19 crisis. And a comment.
Okay, thank you, Pilar, for sending that in. And we have Ben by Zoom. Ben, can you hear us?
Mute. There we go. Hey,
there you go. Welcome back. Welcome back. Go ahead.
So whenever I see numbers on homelessness locally, this almost always is presented in terms of the absolute problem that we're facing. And well, what I would kind of like to see would be how much of the problem is, like, obviously over time, homelessness is something that is generated in cities, the more dense you are. So how much of our need are we addressing with our current funding towards what is currently being generated versus how much of it is essentially backlog of existing homelessness that is in the area that we are working through? And just how that breaks down would be really helpful in understanding how complete our programs are towards addressing what is really a very large regional issue and kind of hard to get your head around. Thank you. That's it.
I don't have any other questions. So, Jonathan, do you think you might address that for Ben?
Sure. Thanks for the question, Ben. I agree. It's a very complicated issue, and it needs to be addressed regionally. And so at the city, we tend to follow the county in terms of how we address homelessness. And even in our affordable housing pipeline, all of the projects that have supportive housing units are funded by the county through Measure A. So those projects wouldn't be possible without the county. So I guess one way of answering the question is, related to the point in time census, where there's over 300 individuals who are homeless in Santa Clara, our numbers tend to be lower than other cities because we don't have a homeless shelter, and a lot of homeless individuals will concentrate in San Jose or some of the more dense cities, like you mentioned. You know, our housing pipeline has about 250 units that are dedicated for the homeless. So relative to our homeless population, I think we're doing pretty well with 250 units in the pipeline. And then we supplement that with other programs, kind of the short-term TBRA programs, and the emergency rental assistance program, which is more of a homeless prevention program. So we're not increasing the number. Where it gets complicated is, it is a regional problem. And so when we create homeless units in Santa Clara, we have preference for Santa Clara residents, but technically they have to go through what's called the coordinated assessment with the county. And so you're not necessarily solving homelessness if you build the number of units that kind of matches your point in time census, because it's kind of spread across the region. So what I can say is that we're doing our part relative to our numbers, but I know at the regional level, the number of units being created isn't matching the number of homeless, so we still have a ways to go.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we have any other public comment? All right, seeing none. Councilmember Davis, you had a motion to close the public hearing?
Yes, motion to close the public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilmember O'Neill, second by Councilmember O'Neill. Any other final comments from anyone? All right, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. And again, thank you, Jonathan and Eric, for the report. It was very good, and we appreciate all the hard work you put into that. All right, moving on, we have, our next item is action on Councilmember Chahal's request related to a resident's request for financial assistance with sanitary sewer overflow. Oh, yes.
That was to close the public hearing. We have a.
Oh, we did, I thought we approved it too. No? We just closed the public hearing?
Yes.
Oh, I did it again.
Okay,
Okay.
motion to approve staff recommendation.
I'm glad the Assistant City Clerk noticed it. That's why we need our city clerks. So there's Councilmember Davis, motion.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Watanabe. All right,
Okay.
do it again.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. All right, second time, and that passes unanimously. Again, thank you very much, Jonathan and Eric, for that report. Moving on, item number 6, action on Councilmember Chahal's request related to residents' request for financial assistance with sanitary sewer overflow. Okay, are we going to hear from the city attorney first on this, and then Councilmember Chahal?
Sure. So this is a item that's on the agenda because by reason of the council policy on placing items on the agenda, Councilmember Chahal requested that an item be placed on the agenda concerning a claim that was made against the city by a homeowner, and that item was placed on the city's closed session agenda earlier today, and so the council has heard the claim itself in closed session. Therefore, there should be no reason to put any discussion of any claim against the city, which is a matter that's subject to litigation, on an open session. And so I would advise the council to not discuss anything that was discussed in closed session, and that if they do have any discussion in open session, that the discussion focus solely on what item should be put on a future open session that is a proper subject for an open session item.
Thank you, City Attorney. Councilmember Chahal?
Madam Mayor, I think the resident is online. Probably he can speak for himself first, then I'll make some comments after that.
Okay, this is your request, so I want to make sure that you, before we go to the public, that you make your comments. Since it didn't come from the residents, it's coming from you to ask us to put something on the agenda.
Okay, so I can speak and then maybe Mr. Lim can speak after that. Okay, so Mr. Mang Lim had a lower sewer problem. It was stuck, basically blocked, and he approached the city for repair of that. And he considered that the root cause of that was the city tree. And keeping in view, after his claim was rejected from the city, he gave various options. Like he gave option 1, if he can be compensated for total estimated cost of 12,000, if city can help him with that. The second option was he asked city if city can share some of his costs for pipe bursting job out of the total 12,000. Basically, he was asking estimated to be 3,500. Then he also mentioned the option 3, that if his family has done this loss, then he doesn't want anything, he will bear the full losses. And option number 4, basically, he wanted to accept whatever money can be given to him to financially help him from basically the community funds or community grants available to him for that. And this is an option before the council and before the city manager, if we can look up for some options where we can financially help Mr. Mang Lim in these circumstances.
I want to clarify that the conversation was about policy options for the council to consider. As we met, we spoke very clearly that the action is not where we can help with actions to help Mr. Lim, but rather whether there were any policy items for the council to consider on this matter.
We're going to hear from the city attorney because
Okay,
I don't think we have to end the discussion on the particular matter.
So it seems like Councilmember Chahal wants to put these specific items related to this specific owner on a future open agenda, and that would not be a proper discussion in an open agenda. We've already discussed some of these ideas in closed session related to the homeowner's claim, and it would not be proper for the council to make a motion to put any of those specific items on a future open agenda.
So City Attorney and Councilmember Chahal, this gentleman is on the line. We can let him speak, but I'm going to caution the council not to make any comments or anything. We can just note and file the request without comment on it, since this gentleman has already filed a claim against the city. Had that not happened, we could discuss it, but there's already been a claim filed. So we've been advised by our city attorney, we shouldn't be discussing it. So let's go ahead and put this gentleman, I'm sorry, I don't have his name here.
My name is Mang Lim.
Okay, are you Mr. Lim?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Lim, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. You can go ahead and address the council. If you heard from our city attorney, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to address your comments, but we'll be certainly happy to take them. So go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Council members. I just want my voice to be heard because this is quite troublesome. I'm a retiree and I have a city tree going next to the cleanout. And there are a series of events. The first event happened in 2014. So the city trees damaged the paveway, and my wife walking through with a dog and fall, and then we lodged a complaint, and then the city fixed the pavement. And for year 2015, the same city tree roots intrusion and caused damage to my upper level lateral, and I have to cop out about $5,000 to get the outside contractor to fix it. And now 2020, the same tree roots causing a damage to the lower lateral, which is about 30 feet from my property line out to the middle of the road to the city main. So that kind of money is going to cost another 12 grand. So basically I'm asking the city to help me. At least this is not done by me, at least my property, I should have the responsibility to take care of protect. But this city tree, I don't have any responsibility at all. And that damage is 12 grand, and it's going to do a pipe bursting. And then I'm asking the city, because at least you can help me to waive the permit fees, which is $3,500. Fair enough, city code, I have responsible for the pipe. So I'm prepared to pay for the pipe bursting, which is $3,500. So the rest of the cost, I'm asking city to waive it or help me to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for those comments. All the council members heard that. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to respond to that. But thank you for taking the time to give us those comments. And because we can't talk about this particular piece of property or this particular issue, I'd love to entertain a motion to note and file this request. Councilmember Davis.
Yes, Mayor. Yes, I will make the motion to note and file.
Second.
All right, any other discussion that doesn't include this particular circumstance?
I would like to make a comment, Madam Mayor.
Okay, please keep it general, Councilmember Chahal.
Yes, it will be very general. So I reviewed the 2017 city memo, and I would like, going forward, I would like to come up with a policy matter on such matters in future, and I would like to bring this as a policy matter. I would like to bring this item for a future council discussion.
Councilmember Chahal, I would recommend that you put that in writing and make it an agenda item for our next council meeting.
Yes.
That you would like to put it on a future agenda. And then we can have a discussion on that particular item. If you want to change, you want the council to put an agenda item to talk about policy, please put it in writing and put it on the next agenda so that we can discuss just that and separate it from this issue here.
Yes,
okay,
I will do that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a motion to note and file and a second. Any
Madam
other
Mayor?
comments? We have a public comment. Benjamin, please go ahead.
Yeah, I guess this is a question for a city attorney, and I'm speaking as a homeowner. Does the city have a program in place when there are claims of responsibility or anything like that where it can be handled without a lawsuit, or when these things happen, is the only way these things get resolved is through legal matters? Like, is there any sort of either arbitration or claim process where claims can be either claims or requests for problems between individual homeowners in the city, or is it just the courts?
No, this is the homeowner made a claim through the standard claim process. The city does have a claim process, and it's extremely unusual for a claim of this nature to come to an open city council meeting. So the homeowner followed the claim process, and the city rejected the claim.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second. No other comments. Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yeah.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember Chahal?
Nay.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes. And that passes 5-1. Thank you. All right, next item we have, and I'm going to ask the council after this particular item if we would then continue the rest of our meeting until Thursday at 2 p.m. Since up until this time, we've been going for 7 hours, and I don't know how long this one's going to take. So the rest of the agenda, it has a lot of very substantive items on it. So I'd like to make sure that the council is fresh when we're discussing those items, as well as our staff that is here right now and waiting online because they've been with us for so many hours. So this, I'm hoping, will be the last item this evening, and then we'll adjourn the meeting until a later date. But this would be action on a resolution establishing the political campaign voluntary expenditure limit and campaign contribution limit for the November 3rd, 2020 municipal election. And I believe, do we have our city clerk online, Hassam Agag?
I'm here.
All right, Hassam, thank you. Thank you for joining us. This is your
Thank you all.
item, so take it away.
Well, for once, I'm on the other line, on the other end of the line, and not in the council chambers. So this is pretty awesome to be able to join in remotely for the first time. And also, before I start, I do want to echo the special order of business, Madam Mayor, that you brought at the beginning of the meeting for Clerk Appreciation Week, and really, I wanted to say, extend my gratitude to the entire clerk staff, who really are the MVPs when it comes to all the work that the city clerk's office does. I take no credit for any of that. The team is a phenomenal team. And if you'll indulge me, I just want to thank them all by name. Melissa Meslow, Karina Navarrete, Jose Armes, Stephanie Davis, Lindsay Mibach, and definitely Simrat Dudley and Nora Pimentel. So again, big round of applause and thank you to our amazing staff in the clerk's office. I take no credit. They are really the MVPs.
And if you were here, you would have had a buntini, so here you go. All right. Thank you for that, Hassam.
No, they can have it all. Okay, cool. So this item is something that is somewhat routine. With every election, the city council takes action to set new contribution limits for in pursuant to the Political Campaign Finance Reform Act. For those who are listening in from home or may not be familiar, in November of 2000, the city passed the Political Campaign Finance Reform Act. And in that act, there are limits for the city makes possible what's called a voluntary campaign expenditure limit for candidates that opt, for candidates that are running for office that opt to follow that limit. They get a little star next to their name in the on the ballot. They get it in the ballot booklet that they are basically opting in to this, and as part of that, they also sign an ethics pledge. But what that does for the candidate is that it does limit the amount of money that they can spend in an election, and that also limits the dollar amounts that individual contributors can contribute to that candidate's campaign. Since that act has passed in November for the November 2000 election, initially the limits were set at $25,000 as the maximum expenditure, and the idea behind that really is so that our local political races don't get the massive infusion of money that we see kind of at the federal and statewide levels. That this is, a hometown election. We're all electing our council members and our mayor and our chief of police and city clerk from within our city, and we want to keep it without the influence of big money. Now, the $25,000 limit that was initially set was really set with the intention of, yes, we don't want big money, but we don't want big money influencing our elections, but we still want candidates to be able to run an effective campaign. As part of the Reform Act, that limit would be adjusted based on the Consumer Price Index, or what's called the CPI. So every year, the council takes action to approve a new limit based on the adjustments, the annual adjustments of the Consumer Price Index, or the CPI, and it's set by our area's subgroup. And so the last time the council adjusted the limit was in October of last year, which went into effect for the chief of police race special election, which we just concluded in the March primary election. That limit was set to $45,590 as the maximum campaign expenditure limit. And I just want to remind everybody that this is a voluntary expenditure limit. So candidates can choose to accept that, and they can also choose to not accept that. Part of the act, like I mentioned, it also sets the limits for individual contributions. So what the act does is that it says, if you agree to this maximum expenditure, which in October was set at just south of $46,000, will allow you to increase the individual the individual contributions from your donors. So for those who don't accept the voluntary expenditure limit, they are limited, or they are capped at $250 donation per individual donor. And for those who do accept the expenditure limit, they are capped at $500 donation per donor. So hopefully everybody's with me so far. So that is the limit that was set when the act was first passed. Those numbers also were adjusted by CPI. So in October, those numbers were set to $620 as the maximum contribution limit per donor for those who accepted the expenditure limit and signed the pledge, and it was set to $300 for those who did not. So with every election, the council does take action to adjust those limits based on CPI. However, the city recently did go to district-based elections. And so the council did refer an action for us to investigate and have a discussion about now that city council candidates, people who are running for office based on a district system, are not running campaigns citywide, the cost of running an election would be less than those who are than in the scenario if they were running citywide. One final thing before I move on: this same Political Reform Act is the act that was amended in 2018 that included the provisions on dark money, and so this entire act talks about money and the influence of money in our local elections. So now that we've moved to districts, the question which council has asked me to come back with a report on is, should we adjust the maximum expenditure limit, the voluntary maximum expenditure limit for council races, and reduce it since those candidates are not running a campaign citywide, and the cost of running a campaign would be significantly less. So that's what this report is about. I put forward two options for the council to consider. The first option is that we do not adjust the voluntary maximum expenditure limits for district candidates, and we would just simply approve the CPI adjusted maximums. And the second option is that we would reduce that amount. Now, in coming with the recommendation or the proposal to the council for the recommendation, the first thought that came to my mind was, why don't we just take that $46,000 expenditure maximum, the voluntary limit, and slash it by 1/6, since council candidates are only running for 1/6 of the city, given that there are 6 districts. And that would come to about $8,000 or $9,000. Realistically, not all candidates who have run for office have spent less than $8,000 or $9,000. So the intent behind reducing that amount was, what would it take for a candidate running in a 6-district, in a 6-district model for a single district? What would it typically cost for an effective campaign? Now, the proposal or what an effective campaign can be subjective from one candidate to another. Everybody who's on the council now ran a campaign, and with the exception of council members Chahal and Hardy, all of you ran campaigns citywide. Councilmember Chahal and Hardy both ran within their districts, and so they also have an understanding of what it costs to run within the district. But the general idea was that an effective campaign would include 2 mailers covering each registered voter within their district, about 2,000 walk pieces as they're knocking door to door, 100 lawn signs, and other expenses like advertisements online, advertisements in newspapers, events, event costs, which include food, and logistics and venue costs. And you'll see in the staff report a general breakdown of each of those items, and a estimated cost of each of those items takes you to about $24,234 for a full and effective campaign. Now, I say that, and I know that a lot of candidates who have run for office, who, or whether they're in the council or they did not succeed in winning a seat on the council, have run campaigns for a lot less. And I know certainly candidates have run campaigns for a lot more, but this is kind of a general breakdown of what it would cost to run in a 6-district model for a single district. So the recommendation, which is before you in option 2, is that the City Council sets a separate voluntary expenditure limit for district-based contests to not exceed $25,000. And of course, that would also be adjusted annually based on CPI moving forward. And we would maintain the same campaign contribution maximums per donor as the citywide races. So the only thing that would change in option 2 is the total expenditure maximum. Now, in the last election, the last comment I will make, in the last election, we had 5 candidates running for districts, districts 2 and 3. And out of all 5 candidates, all 5 of them spent less than $25,000. So the $25,000 recommendation was achievable even in the last election in which district-based council members were elected. So with that, I'm open for questions and discussion. If there are any clarifications you would like on either of the options, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you very much, City Clerk, for that report. So you've given us some very good options. Council, are there questions, comments? Vice Mayor Hardy?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My one question is, when I look at your assumptions about an effective campaign, were you looking at this before or after we have social distancing? And my concern is, you talk about 2,000 walking pieces. People may not be willing to have something come to their door in the same way. I just wondered if there was any thoughts on adjusting that assumption.
That's a really great question. We did take into account the current situation that we have with the precautions that everybody's taking at home, and even candidates themselves and their volunteers and their staff, wanting to be as safe as possible. A couple things to consider. The first one is that this is not something that would just last for the 2020 election. Making this change is something that, if the council were to go with option 2, it would be there basically, for as long as we have districts, with the annual adjustments to CPI, as I mentioned. Having said that, you will see that for the rest of the breakdown, there are 2 mailers covering every registered voter. So it is a very generous calculation there. As we know, like even in the last election, just over 50% of registered voters actually did vote in the March election. So, and this doesn't even consider multiple registered voters per household. So typically candidates running effective campaigns would group mailers by household. So the numbers that are put here are quite generous. Even the costs of some of these items, I know myself as having run a citywide campaign, these costs are quite generous. And so the idea was just to give the flexibility, whether it is in the 2020 election where, yes, people are being extra cautious with how they are, social distancing from others, but also future elections where prices may not always stay the same. I think the $25,000 limit with adjustments to CPI is a very comfortable limit when you're only running in 1/6 of the city.
Thank you, and I appreciate that you thought through the idea of any campaign. I'm glad you just didn't take it to 1/6, because any campaign has to have a certain amount of infrastructure, no matter how large or small the area you're covering. So I appreciate that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, Councilmember Davis, and then Watanabe.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say I would like to make a motion for option 2. I think Hassam did a really good job at being very conservative with the $25,000 for a district election. Yes, I did run 2 elections citywide, and the money was spent in a different way. But now with the coronavirus, I think that people aren't going to be walking door to door. I think it's going to be more of a mailing thing. I think it's going to be more of a social media thing. And I don't think that's very expensive. So going forward, I know, Hassam, you said this is for 2 elections or maybe more, but I really believe that, making it fair and bringing it down to the district level, people voted for it. They want 6 districts, not 3. They got their 6. So I'm thinking that this is the only fair way for most of the council people to run. And I think you did a great job in analyzing all, the analytics period about what they would need to run a successful campaign and how that would look in our new district world. So Mayor, I would like to make a motion for option 2, please.
All right, we have a motion for option 2. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion second. Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe and then Chahal.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Davis. I concur with the comments that you've made. Having run 1 election citywide and running a campaign where I limited my donations, I actually successfully ran my campaign on about $13,000. And so considering I was running citywide on $13,000, I think $25,000 in 1 district will definitely be a good number to have a good campaign with, to be able to, even with dealing with the COVID, and maybe even an e-scooter if I'm allowed. It's going to be a different kind of a campaign, but I think $25,000 is a very fair amount to a voluntary amount to run a campaign on, and so I support it. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, City Clerk, for all of your work in putting this together and considering all of the options and considering COVID and everything that we're going through right now. And I'm happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to Councilmember Chahal, City Attorney, you had a comment?
Yeah, it's just simply that for the public at home, I want to make sure they understand what option 2 is. So I'm reading the motion to be as follows. The council would adopt a resolution which would state City Council sets the voluntary expenditure limit to $46,420 based on CPI adjustments for citywide contests. City Council sets a separate voluntary expenditure limit for district-based contests not to exceed $25,000 with future adjustments based on CPI. City Council sets the individual campaign contribution based on CPI adjustments as $630 for candidates who accept the voluntary expenditure limit, $310 for candidates who do not accept the voluntary expenditure limit. And the political campaign voluntary expenditure limit and campaign contribution limits established by resolution number 19-8763 adopted October 8th, 2019 are hereby repealed. That would be the motion.
Thank you for pointing that out, because the city clerk race is citywide, the mayor's race is citywide, and the police chief race is citywide, so none of those would change, and that amount is the amount that's there.
Well, they would
presently.
They're upped a little bit by CPI.
But see, all of them change by CPI every year, but it would still say it would be according to what it is right now.
Correct. The same methodology, yes.
Okay. We would just carve out the district elections. All right. Councilmember Chahal, thank you for that clarification.
Sorry, one more thing, if you don't mind, Madam Mayor. This is Hassan.
Sure.
The recommendation from myself and staff is to not exceed 25,000. But I think for the clarity of candidates running, it would be a good idea for council in their motion to specify a direct number rather than the phrase not to exceed. I know in the report it says not to exceed, but that was obviously, it's within the purview of the council what the specific number is. And just based on my recommendation and the calculations, my recommendation was that your number not exceed 25,000, but I do think you should set a specific number so candidates have that clarity.
Okay, let me reread the sentence as you're recommending. The city council sets a separate voluntary expenditure limit for district-based contests of $25,000 with future adjustments based on CPI.
That would be correct if the council so votes that way.
Yes.
Okay, that's a motion and a second, but Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Clerk Hossam. Appreciate all the calculations and projections you did for the district elections campaign limits. My only suggestion is, I know they are comparing the citywide election, they are good amount, 25,000 is a good amount. But when we run an election, every election can be a different depending on who is your opposition candidate. And when we have an opposition candidate being sponsored by multiple PACs and multiple special interests, a candidate might have to spend more money, especially if you look at the citywide election right now, 46,420. This was set up in 2000, if I'm not mistaken, with the CPI, it has gone to this limit right now. So to take a safer side so that a candidate does not have to take a support from special interest or something, and they can run a cleaner campaign by adhering to these limits, I would suggest like we can increase the citywide limit by 20% and both citywide and district limit by 20% on top of it. And the reason for that is because, you know, with the COVID and other stuff, our advertising and those costs will be going high. And the mailers, I know you took 2 mailers and you took a very generous amount on that, but 2 mailers may not be enough for the circumstances we are in right now when you cannot do door-to-door walking. So that's my suggestion to the motion maker if they want to include 25% hike on both district as well as the citywide election.
Madam Mayor, may I respond to some comments as
Sure.
to why?
Go ahead.
Sure. Okay, and I'll keep it short as well because it's getting a little late. So great comments, Councilmember Chahal, and those are some things that we absolutely considered. Again, with the mailers, if you look at the analysis, it says covering each registered voter. And as you know, having run a campaign, you have multiple registered voters within each household. So realistically, even at this cost, if you grouped based on household, you could even do 4 or 5 mailers, depending on the makeup of your district. And I also want to make sure that we're not limiting ourselves to just the current situation because of COVID-19, but also looking in the future. And yeah, you could increase the citywide by 20%. You could increase this recommendation of $25,000 by 20%. But really what it ends up becoming is an arms race, is when your opponent starts to spend more, then you're going to want to spend more. And then it makes your opponent want to spend more, and then it just becomes a vicious cycle. And so the whole intent of the expenditure limit is that it's voluntary, is that you are opting into this and you get benefit out of opting into this and saying, I will cap my expenditures so that it doesn't turn into a nasty arms race, and that campaigns are, you know, pleasant and cordial and about the issues and not about individuals. There's nothing we can do about PACs and outside money spending in any of our elections, aside what we've already done in May 2018 to pass the dark money ordinance. So people will, you know, organizations and PACs will spend what they need to spend. This is really, this recommendation today is about the campaigns themselves, not about the PACs. And so putting that expenditure limit, it's a voluntary thing. Candidates certainly don't have to sign up for that voluntary limit and can spend whatever they want. But at the end of the day, the voters will know who's spending what. They'll see the little star next to your name on the ballot that you did abide by this voluntary expenditure limit or not. And that's a decision that every candidate running for office will have to make individually.
Thank you, Sam, for those comments. And I agree with you that this is a generous amount from that perspective. But I'm not trying to make it a like spending limit between the 2 candidates. But sometimes the candidate has to respond to special interest within the parameters. And I would even go even further. Like we should be looking at down the line. We should be looking at campaign finances reform from the point of view of no developer should be able to give money. No, they should, if a developer give the money, they should not be able to give that money to any candidate who has a project in the city. Some cities have done it, like you cannot vote on that item for a developer if they contributed to you. So we can discuss about down the line, but I'm trying to eliminate or reduce the special interest impact on the elections and running the election in a cleaner way where we can use our own money which we raise by a cleaner footprint. And that's the only reason I was trying to increase the limits so that we can keep our elections much cleaner. Don't have to get a support from outside. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. We might want to include football teams with that too. Anyways, all right, so we have a motion and a second for option 2, and the city attorney read that into the record. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Sam Hagag, City Clerk. We appreciate
You bet, guys. Thank you all.
putting this together. It was very good, thoughtful, and it's going to be very helpful for our upcoming elections. So thank you very much. Okay, Council, I know we've been going for about 7.5 hours, and we've earned our less than minimum wage. So we would, I would like to ask the Council if we could adjourn this council meeting and continue the Stadium Authority meeting, because we still have quite a few items on the Stadium Authority agenda, to Thursday, May 14th at 2 p.m. Via Zoom, as noticed on the council agenda.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to make the motion to continue the Stadium Authority items to May 14th at 2 p.m.
Second.
And adjourn the council meeting. City
And adjourn the
Attorney.
council.
It would be adjourn the meeting to a date, time and certain, a date and time certain.
We gave the date and time certain.
Right. But
So-
it's a motion to adjourn to Thursday, May.
Okay, I read it.
14th
I
at-
read
yeah,
it. So adjourn the council meeting and continue the Stadium Authority meeting to Thursday, May 14th at 2?
You don't really need to continue anything. You just need to adjourn the meeting to that time.
Oh, I thought we were, though, we finished all the council items. This was a
Right.
joint meeting, so we just continued this meeting, even though it's a
Well,
joint meeting?
we're still in the same meeting, even though there's.
Okay,
there's
so
a-
we don't
there's a-
have to adjourn the council meeting. We
No,
just
you do-
continue this meeting to Thursday, May 14th at 2 p.m.
No, you're adjourning this meeting to this time, date and time, and you'll consider the rest of the items on the agenda to that date and time.
Do you have that, City Clerk?
Yes.
Adjourning this
Adjourn
meeting to,
The council meeting to Thursday, May 14 at 2 p.m.
Correct.
via Zoom, as noticed in the council agenda.
Right.
All right. Councilmember Davis, council member, authority
got that.
member? Okay, you got that.
Yes.
And do we have a
I
second?
got that.
I second that.
Very good. Second motion and a second. Any discussion on this? Okay, seeing none.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. I'm not sure what to say. This meeting is adjourned, continued to Thursday. We'll be back. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff. Thank you, council members. Thank you, public. Thank you.
Thank you.